Hey there! Tonight we're going far back, not to palaces or marble temples, but to a time of gods, monsters, and mortals who wandered through a world shaped by fate and fire. You'll drift through the entire arc of Greek mythology, from the first breath of chaos, to the rise of Olympus, to the quiet echo of myths that still shape our world today. You'll meet heroes who bled for glory, lovers who defied the gods, and beings born from sea foam, thunder, and stubbornness. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's strangely comforting to know who else is out there, falling asleep to the same old stories. So, dim the lights. Let the gods whisper. Let the myths unfold. And let's begin at the very beginning, before there was anything at all. Before there were heroes, cities, or even the stars that watched silently overhead, there was only chaos. Not the noisy kind with shouting and spilled wine. No, this was capital C chaos. A vast, empty potential. No sky, no sea, no light or dark. Just the quiet before everything. And then slowly something stirred. From the void came Gaia, Earth herself, broad and eternal, steady beneath all that would one day walk upon her. Next came Tartarus, a shadowy depth beneath the world, more abyss than place. Then Eros appeared, not a fluttering cherub, but a raw force, drawing things together, setting creation into motion. From this strange, silent symphony, more emerged. Darkness, Erebus, and night, Nyx, who gave rise to day, Hemera, and ether, light. But most importantly, Gaia gave birth to Uranus, the sky, who arched above her, a canopy of stars and cold air. Together, Earth and Sky would begin the first great family. And, as with many families, things started out lovely and got complicated rather quickly. Gaia and Uranus had children, 12 of them, 6 daughters and 6 sons, the Titans. Among them were Oceanus, who wrapped the world in a ring of water, and Hyperion, who carried the sun across the sky. There was Themis, who embodied divine law, and Mnemosyne, the spirit of memory. The Titans were powerful and strange, born of the earth and sky, made to shape the world. Unfortunately, Uranus found them unsettling. Perhaps they were too large, or too loud, or maybe he simply wasn't ready for fatherhood. In any case, he shoved them back inside Gaia. Yes, inside their mother. Which is never a good sign in mythology. Or in obstetrics. Gaia, understandably distressed by having 12 children re-stuffed into her, began to devise a plan. She forged a great sickle from stone, and approached her buried sons in the dark. One by one, she asked for help. One by one, they remained silent, except Cronus. The youngest Titan, Cronus had a sharp mind and a patient nature, dangerous traits in combination. He took the sickle from his mother and waited, and when Uranus descended again to lie across the earth, Cronus leapt from the shadows. In one terrible stroke, he castrated his father and flung the remains into the sea. From the blood that fell to earth came strange creatures, the Erinyes, the giants, and the Meliae. From the foam of the sea, where the flesh of Uranus drifted, arose something unexpected. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, fully grown and radiant. Apparently, in Greek mythology, even acts of unspeakable violence can yield supermodels. With Uranus gone, Cronus took his place as lord of the cosmos. He freed his siblings and ruled over what would be called the Golden Age, a time when humans, newly formed, lived without sorrow, and the gods had not yet begun their meddling. But prophecy lingered. Uranus had used his last breath, or whatever equivalent sky possesses, to curse Cronus. He warned that one day Cronus too would be overthrown by his own child. Now, having personally demonstrated how this kind of thing works, Cronus decided he would avoid repeating history by doing something very traditional: eating his children. He married his sister Rhea, again not unusual in divine circles, and every time she gave birth, he swallowed the baby whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, down they went, swallowed one by one, trapped inside the dark of their father's belly. Rhea was horrified, and after losing 5 children to this culinary paranoia, she came up with a plan. When her 6th child was born, she wrapped a rocking cloth and presented it to Cronus. Ever the efficient tyrant, he swallowed it without checking. The real baby, Zeus, was whisked away to the island of Crete, hidden in a cave and raised by nymphs and a divine goat named Amalthea. There, under the dripping stone ceiling of the cave, Zeus grew. He was fed, loved, and trained in secret. He listened to stories of the siblings he had never met, siblings still alive, but imprisoned within their father. And as he grew taller and stronger, so too did his resolve. One day, Zeus left the cave. He disguised himself and entered the court of Cronus as a servant. There, with the help of his grandmother Gaia, he slipped a potion into Cronus's wine, something bitter, ancient, and mildly volcanic. Cronus began to cough. Then he gagged. Then, with a noise that would echo in the halls of Olympus for generations, he vomited up 5 fully grown gods and goddesses, and also, of course, a large stone. Reunited at last, the children of Cronus stood together. They were not meek, they had not withered, they were divine and very angry. War was inevitable. The Titanomachy, the war between the old gods and the new, lasted 10 years. Cronus rallied the Titans to his side and took up residence on Mount Ophrys. Zeus and his siblings made their stronghold on Mount Olympus. Between them, the world cracked and groaned. At first, neither side could win. Titans were strong, ancient, and terrifying, but the Olympians were clever, and Zeus, ever the tactician, had an idea. He descended into Tartarus, the deepest pit of the underworld, where monsters slept and time grew heavy. There he found the Hecatonchires, massive beings with 100 arms each, and the Cyclopes, who had been imprisoned long ago by Uranus for being a little too inventive. Zeus freed them. In gratitude, the Cyclopes gave gifts: a thunderbolt for Zeus, searing and absolute, a trident for Poseidon, which could shake the seas, and for Hades, a helm of darkness, making him invisible to both god and mortal. One could argue they were the ancient world's first tech startup. Armed with these divine tools, the tide turned. Zeus hurled bolts that split mountains. Poseidon flooded battlefields. Hades walked unseen through enemy camps, sowing fear with whispers. Slowly, the Titans fell. Cronus was defeated and bound in chains of unbreakable iron. The Titans who had sided with him were cast into Tartarus, locked behind gates guarded by the 100-handed giants. Only a few escaped punishment. Themis, goddess of law, who had remained neutral, and Prometheus, who had offered quiet aid to Zeus. Atlas, the general of the Titan forces, received a special sentence. For his defiance, he was condemned to hold up the sky on his shoulders, not the earth, as commonly misunderstood, but the endless heavens themselves. A job without days off or proper lumbar support. With victory secured, the gods turned to the world. The three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, cast lots to divide the realms. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades the underworld. The earth, meanwhile, was left to be shared. Not out of kindness, but because they couldn't decide who would clean it. And so Mount Olympus became the seat of the new gods. There they would rule. There they would fight, feast, and make poor decisions that would echo through mortal lives for centuries. The age of the Titans was over. The age of the Olympians had begun. And in the shadows of that beginning, other stories waited. Stories of men, monsters, and the strange, stubborn thing called fate. By the time the gods stood reunited, the world had already begun to hold its breath. Olympus and Ophrys loomed on opposite ends of the horizon like loaded spears, and between them the air turned restless. War wasn't declared with a speech. It was simply inevitable. Cronus, unseated and humiliated, had fled to Mount Ophrys, dragging with him what dignity he had left, and a number of deeply unsettled Titans. He rallied his old allies, Oceanus, Iapetus, Creus, and others, ancient beings who had once shaped the very bones of the world. These were not creatures of palace intrigue. They were elemental forces, and they were angry. Meanwhile, atop Mount Olympus, Zeus gathered his siblings. They were few in number, just 6, really, if one didn't count the stone Cronus had eaten, but they were determined. Hestia, calm and constant. Demeter, wise and watchful. Hera, proud and already sharpening her tongue for future family squabbles. Hades and Poseidon stood ready, though the former spoke little, and the latter never stopped pacing. And Zeus, the one who had freed them, stood taller than the rest. The world, unfortunately, was not yet ready for them. When the war began, it shook the roots of the earth. Lightning cracked across a sky that had no business being angry, and mountains cracked as if the bones of Gaia herself were being tested. For 10 long years, the Olympians and the Titans battled. The sound of clashing forces was said to echo across time itself, and, if you listened closely, you could hear the sigh of someone realizing this would take far longer than hoped. The Titans had strength and age, but the gods had youth and spite. And, as history has shown, spite can go a very long way. Yet despite their energy and cleverness, the Olympians were losing. The Titans held fast on Ophrys, their fortresses built from stone and arrogance. Cronus was no fool. He knew war as well as prophecy. Every attempt Zeus made to break their lines was met with brutal resistance. At night, the stars seemed to flicker with fatigue. It was then that Gaia herself intervened. Though the earth had birthed both Titans and gods, she had grown weary of endless conflict. The ground was splitting, the rivers ran foul. Even mortals, those fragile little experiments, were beginning to notice that the seasons were a bit off. Gaia whispered to Zeus in his dreams. "If you want to win," she said, "you must go deeper." So Zeus did. He descended into Tartarus, a pit so deep even echoes were reluctant to visit. It was not a place of casual tourism. In its endless blackness, creatures older than fear itself were bound in silence. And there, at the bottom, he found them, the Hecatoncheires. 3 brothers, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, bound in chains that screamed when touched. Uranus had imprisoned them long ago disturbed by their chaotic nature and the fact that shaking hands required a great deal of coordination. Alongside them were the Cyclopes, the one-eyed smiths of legend, unjustly locked away simply for being a little too handy with magma and steel. Zeus broke their bonds. The chains crumbled like wet parchment in his hands, and the freed giants rose. The very walls of Tartarus trembled as they stretched, arms unfurling, eyes blinking open for the first time in centuries. They did not speak, they simply nodded. The Cyclopes, grateful and slightly soot-stained, offered gifts. To Zeus they gave the thunderbolt, not just a weapon, but a piece of the sky itself, bottled and waiting to be unleashed. To Poseidon they gave a trident that could shake the sea down to its bones. And to Hades they gave a helm of darkness, a crown of sorts, woven from shadow, that would let him move unseen even among the gods. One could say it was their way of saying thank you, though the wrapping paper left much to be desired. With these gifts, the Olympians prepared for a final assault. The battle that followed was not so much a fight as a rewriting of reality. Zeus hurled thunder that carved rivers into mountainsides. Poseidon cracked open the earth and summoned walls of water to crash against the Titan fortresses. Hades, invisible beneath his helm, slipped behind enemy lines like a whisper. No door was safe. No thought was private. Even time seemed to pause and take notes. Cronus fought fiercely, sickle in hand, teeth bared in the stormlight. He had ruled the cosmos and tasted fear. He would not go quietly. But power, once wrested from the hands of the old, rarely returns to them. And slowly, inevitably, the tide turned. Zeus struck him down. Not with a flourish, not with a speech, just one blinding strike of a sky-forged fury, and the Titan King fell. With Cronus defeated, the rest of the Titans began to break. Some tried to flee, scattering like crows before a fire. Others dropped their weapons and knelt, hoping surrender might soften the sentence. Most were cast into Tartarus, chained behind walls of black stone, watched eternally by the Hecatoncheires. The punishment was neither swift nor particularly poetic, but it was effective. A few were spared. Prometheus, who had whispered guidance to Zeus when no one else dared. Themis, who had stood aside and measured justice even as her kin roared for blood. These were allowed to walk free, if only because Zeus was pragmatic enough to keep useful minds close. Atlas, however, was singled out. For his leadership, for his refusal to bend, he was given a special punishment: to stand at the edge of the world and hold up the sky itself. Not the earth, as many mistakenly believe, the sky. An infinite ceiling with no end and no ceiling fan in sight. To this day he holds it still, with poor posture and no thanks. With the war ended, the gods stood among the wreckage. They had won, but there were decisions to make. The world could not remain unclaimed. And so the three brothers drew lots. Zeus claimed the sky, the winds, the clouds, the rolling thunder, and the vault of stars. Poseidon took the sea, the depths, the storms, and all that swam or drowned within. And Hades, quietly and without protest, accepted the underworld, a place of shadows and silence where the souls of the dead would wander. He did not complain, nor did he smile. He simply nodded. Some roles choose their bearer. The earth, curiously, was left to all, or perhaps to none. The gods would walk it. So would mortals. But it belonged to neither. With dominion divided, the gods made their home atop Mount Olympus, a place high above mortal reach, where storms danced and the air was thick with ambrosia. From there they would rule. But peace did not settle immediately. Scars remained, resentment lingered. And even in their triumph, the gods were still young. Divine, yes, but prone to jealousy, pride, and an occasional poor decision involving mortal lovers. Still, a new age had begun. The age of Titans was over. The age of Olympians had risen. And while the thrones were now filled, the story was only just beginning. With the Titans defeated and the cosmos divided, the dust of war began to settle across the battered face of the world. Olympus stood untouched by the violence, or perhaps simply indifferent to it, rising high above the clouds, a peak of impossible beauty where mortal storms dared not tread. And it was here, amid marble halls and eternal sunrises, that the new gods began to build their rule. The Olympians were not many in number, but they were loud, bright, and impossible to ignore. They didn't ask for attention, they radiated it. And now, with the realms of sky, sea, and shadow neatly divided among the three brothers, it was time for something far more complicated: governance. Zeus, now king of the gods, took up his throne atop Olympus with all the grace of someone who had just invented the concept of rulership 5 minutes ago, and was fairly certain he was excellent at it. He was a god of thunder, yes, but also of law, order, hospitality, and, curiously, justice. Although the latter would soon prove to be more of an optional suggestion. With his thunderbolt in hand, and his beard growing increasingly dramatic, Zeus declared the new age begun. From now on, Olympus would be the centre of divine power, and he would sit at its centre. Zeus ruled the skies, the clouds, the wind, the rain, and the storms. Every roll of thunder was his voice, every flash of lightning his will. He was the judge, the enforcer, and occasionally the problem. He was known to be noble, but impulsive, wise, but easily distracted, and his distractions almost always involved mortal women, swans, golden showers, or some deeply questionable combination thereof. Poseidon, in contrast, was less dramatic, but far more volatile. As Lord of the Sea, he claimed dominion over every drop of water, from the deepest trench to the highest wave. He built a palace of coral and pearl beneath the ocean, surrounded by dolphins and sea beasts, and declared it his own private court. Poseidon was a god of earthquakes as well, which was unfortunate for coastal cities, as he was famously touchy. A bad mood from Poseidon could level entire towns. Still, he was not unkind. He had a soft spot for horses, which he allegedly created, and for sailors, whom he alternated between saving and drowning, depending on whether they remembered to offer him wine. Hades, eldest of the three, ruled the underworld, a realm of endless mist and shadow, where the dead arrived not with fanfare, but with quiet inevitability. His kingdom was not a place of fire and brimstone. It was solemn, vast, and cold. Rivers crossed it, the Styx, the Lethe, the Acheron, each with its own dreadful poetry. The souls of mortals wandered there, guided by Hermes and judged in silence. Hades did not reside on Olympus, preferring the company of shades to that of his siblings. He was not evil nor cruel, merely absolute. Where Zeus thundered and Poseidon surged, Hades endured. His kingdom did not end, and so neither did his watch. And then there were the others. Hera, queen of the gods, took her place beside Zeus, reluctantly, and with several raised eyebrows. She was the goddess of marriage and family, which some considered ironic given her husband's frequent adventures in shape-shifting seduction. Hera was proud, sharp, and deeply committed to her role. She did not forget insults, and she rarely forgave betrayals. Her domain included the sanctity of marriage, childbirth, and the defence of women. But she is best remembered for her jealous vengeance, often taken not on Zeus, but on the poor mortals he failed to resist. One might argue that she confused marital fidelity with pest control. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, tended to the earth. It was she who made crops grow and seasons turn. When she walked the fields, grain sprouted behind her feet. She was calm, maternal, and warm, but not to be crossed. The world would learn this lesson the hard way in time. Hestia, the gentlest of the Olympians, ruled over hearth and home. She received the first portion of every sacrifice and kept the fire burning in every city. She avoided the intrigues of her more theatrical siblings and remained steady, the one constant in a family of shifting tempers and sudden storms. And then came Athena, born fully grown and armoured from Zeus's skull, a detail best left unexamined. Athena was the goddess of wisdom, war, and crafts. She preferred strategy to savagery and thought before she acted, which made her a rare creature indeed on Olympus. She carried the aegis, a shield bearing the head of Medusa, and advised kings, heroes, and anyone who could tolerate being corrected mid-sentence. She was one of 3 virgin goddesses, sworn to no man, mortal or divine. Not that many would have dared try. Apollo and Artemis followed. Twins, radiant and deadly in their own right. Apollo was the god of the sun, music, prophecy, and medicine. He played the lyre with divine perfection, and occasionally used it to taunt people into becoming animals. His oracle at Delphi would soon become the most famous voice of prophecy in the world, even if her delivery left much to be desired in the clarity department. Artemis, his twin, ruled the moon, the hunt, and the wild places of the world. She walked beneath the trees with her bow and her hounds, guarding animals and young girls alike. Like Athena, she rejected the company of men, and, like Athena, reacted poorly when disturbed at bath time. Ares, the god of war, arrived with less fanfare but far more shouting. He represented the raw chaos of battle, blood, rage, and clanging armour. Where Athena was war's strategist, Ares was its tantrum. He was strong, loud, and frequently wounded in embarrassing ways. Even Zeus found him irritating, so did everyone else. Then came Hephaestus, god of fire and the forge. Born lame and cast from Olympus by his own mother, Hephaestus learned to create beauty from pain. His hands forged the weapons of gods and heroes. He built automatons of gold and crafted palaces of impossible engineering. Despite his brilliance, he was married off to Aphrodite, which led to precisely the sort of drama one expects when a quiet engineer marries the goddess of desire. Aphrodite, born from sea foam and divine scandal, ruled over love, beauty, and mischief. She could bend hearts like reeds and used that power liberally. She was captivating, vain, and occasionally vindictive. Her affairs were legend, as were the reactions of those she scorned. Cupid, or Eros, was her frequent companion, firing arrows of affection at mortals who usually didn't appreciate the timing. Then there was Hermes, the messenger god, the trickster, the traveller. Hermes wore winged sandals and carried a caduceus. He was the god of boundaries, thieves, merchants, and speech. He could move between worlds with ease and talk his way out of nearly anything. He was clever, fast, and entirely too pleased with himself. And lastly, Dionysus, god of wine, revelry, madness, and theatre. He arrived late to Olympus, but with great enthusiasm. His festivals would soon sweep across Greece like wildfire, equal parts joy and delirium. Dionysus was both freeing and dangerous, the thin line between celebration and frenzy. Together these 12, and a few rotating extras, became the Olympians. They were gods, yes, but also a family. A dysfunctional, vengeful, hilarious, and deeply theatrical family. They shaped the weather, fate, love, and war. They raised empires and doomed heroes. And they quarrelled, constantly. One might say the only thing more powerful than their divine abilities was their collective inability to mind their own business. But they were not distant. Unlike other gods who sat silently in unreachable heavens, the Olympians walked the earth. They took sides in battles, guided ships, whispered to poets, and occasionally turned people into shrubs. They were worshipped in temples, honoured with sacrifices, and cursed in private. Every city had its patron, every home its altar. And though they ruled from a mountain wrapped in cloud, they were, in spirit, very close. Olympus had risen. The gods had found their seats. And across the earth, the stories had only just begun. After the dust of the Titanomachy had settled, and the last thunderbolt echoed off the mountain tops, Zeus and his siblings assumed their roles as rulers of the cosmos. The universe had been divided. Zeus took the heavens, Poseidon claimed the seas, and Hades was given dominion over the underworld. With the Titans banished to Tartarus and the Olympians seated on their thrones, a new age began. The sky crackled with divine energy. The sea stirred under Poseidon's command. And deep below, the spirits of the dead began their long march through the misty halls of Hades. The earth, however, was eerily quiet. There were mountains, yes, vast and majestic. Rivers and forests teeming with life. Seasons turned in elegant cycles. Birds sang, and wild beasts prowled the land. But something essential was missing. There was no intelligence gazing up at the stars, no stories told by firelight, no fear or reverence directed toward the heavens. The gods had their kingdom, but no audience. Prometheus, the Titan whose name meant forethought, saw this void and felt it more acutely than any other. Where others had been content with power or vengeance, Prometheus had always been drawn to creation. He had fought alongside the Olympians during the war, not out of loyalty, but out of belief in the future they might build. A future, he realised, that was woefully incomplete without mortals to walk the earth. And so he descended from Olympus and wandered through the valleys and across the plains until he reached a quiet riverbank. There, kneeling in the mud, he gathered a handful of clay and began to shape it. Not out of arrogance or ambition, but with the careful precision of an artist and the quiet awe of a parent. He moulded limbs, curved a spine, added fingers to grasp, feet to roam, and eyes that could marvel at the sky. He formed mouths, not just to eat, but to question, to sing, to tell stories that would outlive them. When the forms were ready, he breathed life into them. A divine breath, not just air, but spark and soul, thought and fire. These were not animals, they were not gods, they were something entirely new. They were humans. At first, they were clumsy. They stumbled through the forests, confused and curious. They lacked claws, fur, or fangs. They feared the dark, the cold, the howl of wolves. But they learned quickly. They made tools of stone, mimicked the calls of birds, and formed crude shelters from branches and leaves. They were fragile, yes, but endlessly inventive. and to Prometheus they were magnificent. Zeus, however, was less impressed. From his golden throne on Olympus, he looked down at these new creatures and scowled. "They look like us," he said, voice thick with suspicion. "They were inspired by us," Prometheus replied evenly. "They're weak. Look at them. They don't even know how to survive a frost. They can learn. They shouldn't be learning. They should be worshipping," Zeus muttered. Prometheus said nothing. Zeus frowned. "Don't give them too much. Let them remain grateful." Prometheus nodded outwardly, but in his heart he disagreed. He continued to watch his creation. And what he saw troubled him. The humans cowered in caves when night fell, trembling in the cold. They ate their food raw, risking sickness. Their lives were short, their progress slow. What they needed, Prometheus knew, was fire. But fire was forbidden. It was divine, reserved for Olympus alone. It burned in Hestia's hearth, in Hephaestus' forge. No mortal was allowed to touch it. Zeus had declared it so, and his word was law. Prometheus stole it anyway. One night, while Olympus was shrouded in sleep and starlight, Prometheus crept to the hearth of Hestia. He plucked a single coal from the eternal flame and tucked it into a fennel stalk. An ordinary plant with a hollow stem, perfect for concealment. He slipped away, descending from the heavens with his precious, smouldering gift. When he gave it to humanity, the world changed. With fire, they transformed the night. They warmed themselves, cooked food, and forged stronger tools. They began to gather around flames and tell stories, to pass on knowledge, to dream. Smoke rose from their hearths like prayers. Fire became a symbol of everything that made them different from beasts, everything that hinted at the divine within them. Zeus was furious. "You gave them fire!" he roared, lightning crackling at his fingertips. "They needed it," Prometheus said. "They will challenge us. They will forget to fear. They will flourish." Zeus saw no wisdom in those words, only defiance. As punishment, he ordered Prometheus to be seized and chained to the highest, most desolate peak of the Caucasus Mountains. There, the Titan was bound with unbreakable chains, forged by Hephaestus himself, and left to the elements. But even that was not enough. Each day, an eagle, a monstrous divine bird, would descend and tear into Prometheus's side, devouring his liver. Each night the wound healed, and each morning the eagle returned. The cycle was endless, the pain eternal, and yet Prometheus endured. He did not beg. He did not repent. For in the far distance he could still see the smoke of fires rising from human villages. His suffering, he believed, was a fair price. But Zeus was not finished. Prometheus had given humanity a gift. Now Zeus would give them one too. A gift wrapped in beauty, charm, and danger. He called upon Hephaestus once more, and the gods fashioned a woman from clay. She was shaped with care and gifted by each Olympian. From Aphrodite she received beauty, from Hermes persuasion, from Athena skill, from Hera pride, but from Zeus she received something else entirely, curiosity. They named her Pandora, meaning all gifted. To her, Zeus gave a sealed jar. "Do not open it," he warned. "No matter what you hear, no matter what you feel, leave it closed." And then he sent her down to earth. Prometheus, from his distant prison, had no way to warn his brother Epimetheus, who welcomed Pandora without hesitation. She was clever, kind, and filled with questions. She admired the humans, asked about their ways, their stories, their tools, but the jar haunted her. It sat quietly in their home, sealed tight, and yet it pulsed with mystery. What lay inside? Why was it forbidden? What would happen if... And one day, her curiosity won. She opened it. From within the jar exploded a torrent of miseries. Disease, envy, sorrow, madness, greed, war. All the suffering the world had never known before now poured into it. Pandora cried out and tried to close it, but the damage was done. She fell to her knees, trembling. But from the depths of the jar, she heard something else, something soft and steady. Hope, the last thing in the jar, the only thing that had not escaped. She closed the lid gently, keeping hope inside. And though the world was now filled with pain, with loss, and with fear, it also had hope. Humanity, for all its grief, did not fall. They fought, they mourned, they loved, and they tried again. Chained to the wind-blasted crags, Prometheus would sometimes close his eyes and remember the day he gave them fire. Not the theft, not the flight from Olympus, but the moment he watched their faces light up. He remembered how one child reached out to touch the flame and quickly pulled back, laughing, eyes wide with awe. He remembered the old woman who used it to cook food for the first time, the astonishment on her face when she realized the tubers didn't taste like soil anymore. That was the moment he knew he had done the right thing. The humans, meanwhile, evolved quickly. Fire allowed them to settle, to cook, to forge tools from bronze and iron. They began to sing, not just out of fear or grief, but joy. They created rituals around fire, danced beside it, married before it, whispered secrets into its embers. Their societies grew, crude but determined, with fire at the heart of every village. And Pandora, she was not wicked. She had not opened the jar out of malice. She had wept, not just for the pain she had released, but for the betrayal she felt, from the gods who had made her a weapon, from the silence of the heavens when she cried out. But hope had spoken to her too, not in words but in warmth, in stillness. It reminded her that even if she had been used, she was not beyond forgiveness. Zeus, in time, came to realize the humans would not be wiped away. They were tenacious. They prayed, they cursed, but they kept building. And their fires never went out. By the time Zeus had secured his place on the throne of Olympus, one might have hoped he'd settle into the routine of celestial leadership, passing judgment, throwing the occasional thunderbolt, maybe hosting a divine banquet or two. Instead, Olympus quickly became less a seat of power and more a swirling court of rumours, jealousies, and very loud arguments. At the centre of it all stood Zeus, king of the gods and serial destroyer of trust. For all his power and wisdom, Zeus had one consistent weakness: mortal women, and nymphs, and goddesses, and occasionally things that only looked vaguely like women. His tastes were eclectic, his disguises inventive, and his timing, by all divine accounts, terrible. But the one being who could never quite overlook these indiscretions was his wife, Hera, queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, and patron of eternal grudges. Their marriage was, in the politest terms, an ongoing diplomatic crisis. To understand Hera's fury, one must understand the scale of Zeus's extracurricular activity. He did not simply flirt. He transformed himself into golden rain, bulls, swans, and clouds, all to pursue love or lust, depending on your interpretation. Each affair left behind not only a trail of divine gossip, but a legacy of demigods, heroes, and mortal tragedy. Take Io, for instance, a priestess of Hera herself. Zeus approached her in secret, whispering sweet nothings with the confidence of a god who thought himself untouchable. But Hera's suspicions were never far behind, As Zeus saw his wife approaching, he panicked and turned Io into a beautiful white cow. A fine solution had Hera not immediately demanded the animal as a gift. Cornered, Zeus obliged. Io, now thoroughly bovine, was handed over to Hera, who promptly assigned Argus Panoptes, the hundred-eyed guardian, to keep watch. To free Io, Zeus enlisted Hermes, who lulled Argus to sleep with music before killing him and releasing the poor girl. Hera, naturally, retaliated by sending a gadfly to torment Io endlessly, stinging her into a frantic journey across the known world. Io's footsteps carved place names into maps, the Ionian Sea, the Bosporus, and though she would eventually reach Egypt and be restored to her human form, her tale was never quite forgotten, nor was Hera's wrath. Another of Zeus's better-known pursuits was Leto, a gentle titaness who bore a quiet dignity and very little interest in becoming the centre of a divine scandal. But when she became pregnant with Zeus's children, twins no less, Hera flew into a fury. She decreed that no land under the sun should give Leto sanctuary. The desperate mother-to-be wandered from island to island, turned away by cities and shores alike. Finally, she arrived at the floating island of Delos, a place not tethered to the earth, and thus exempt from Hera's curse. There, after 9 agonizing days of labour, Leto gave birth to Artemis and then Apollo, 2 of the most influential gods of Olympus. Hera had tried to delay their entry into the world. What she got instead were 2 children who would shape mythology forever. Apollo, the god of light, music and prophecy. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and guardian of the wild. Both remembered what their mother endured. And then there was Semele, a mortal woman from Thebes, who, unlike Io or Leto, did not flee Zeus's advances. She loved him, and for once Zeus loved her back. But this story, too, did not end well. Hera, in one of her more cunning moods, disguised herself as an old nurse and visited Semele, planting seeds of doubt in her mind. "If your lover is truly Zeus," she said sweetly, "should he not reveal himself to you in all his glory?" Semele, young and trusting, asked Zeus to do just that. Bound by an oath he could not break, Zeus revealed his divine form, and Semele was instantly incinerated by the sheer force of his presence. It was, to put it mildly, not the romantic climax she had imagined. Yet from the ashes came Dionysus. Zeus rescued the unborn child by sewing him into his own thigh until he was ready to be born, a detail rarely featured in lullabies. Dionysus, god of wine, madness and theatre, would grow into one of the most unpredictable deities in the Greek pantheon. His birth, both tragic and miraculous, was another strange testament to Zeus's chaotic domestic life. These weren't isolated incidents. Zeus's unions, consensual or otherwise, with mortals, nymphs and goddesses alike, produced a sprawling genealogy of heroes and demigods. Heracles, born of Alcmene. Perseus, son of Danae. Helen of Troy, supposedly hatched from an egg after Zeus seduced, or assaulted, her mother Leda in the form of a swan. The stories vary in tone, but are united by their consequences. Human history, in myth, was shaped by divine passion, and Hera's furious fallout. Hera's vengeance was rarely directed at Zeus himself. He was king, and even she, powerful as she was, could not overrule his will. Instead, her fury fell upon the women he seduced and the children they bore. Sometimes this meant banishment, sometimes torment, sometimes the slow corrosion of fate. In Heracles' case, it meant a lifetime of madness and suffering designed to humble even the strongest son of Zeus. But Hera was more than just a jealous wife. She was queen of Olympus, the protector of marriage, and a goddess who demanded respect. Her punishments, though harsh, were consistent. She embodied order in a pantheon of chaos, permanence in a world shaped by whim. And yet, for all their conflict, Zeus and Hera stayed together. Perhaps out of divine obligation. Perhaps out of stubbornness. Or perhaps because the heavens themselves needed a king and queen to mirror the mortal structures below. Their marriage, filled with betrayal and bickering, reflected not perfection but permanence, a truth familiar to many who stayed in relationships well past the dramatic bits. In a strange way, these affairs, these tangled, scandalous unions, served a cosmic purpose. The world of men was populated not by the children of dirt alone, but by those who bore divine blood. These offspring became the bridge between gods and mortals. They fought wars, founded cities, slew monsters, and often lived just long enough to inspire a tragic song. And the gods watched them, proud and exasperated in equal measure. Zeus, for all his wandering desires, never stopped asserting control from Olympus. Hera, for all her grievances, never relinquished her crown. Their disputes became divine theatre, shaping weather, politics, and fate. One thunderbolt from Zeus might signal a divine tantrum. One withering glance from Hera could doom a kingdom. And mortals, those unlucky enough to fall into their drama, rarely escaped unscathed. So the gossip of Olympus continued. Mortals whispered about gods falling in love and being punished for it. Nymphs avoided cloud-shaped strangers. Kings built temples in Hera's name, hoping to avoid her ire. And the world spun on, tangled in the affections and fury of its heavenly rulers. For all the chaos Zeus caused, and for all the revenge Hera unleashed, there was one constant. Their stories lived on. Told in temples and whispered around hearth-fires, they became the myths that explained not just thunder and childbirth, but betrayal, jealousy, and the strange persistence of love. And somewhere, high on Olympus, or hidden in the clouds, Zeus likely smiled at another mortal girl, and Hera sharpened her stare. And for mortals, these stories weren't simply entertainment. They were cautionary tales, moral blueprints, and strangely comforting explanations for the unexplainable. Why did love so often lead to tragedy? Why were some people born into greatness, while others were fated to suffer? The myths offered answers, albeit ones dressed in divine drama and poetic injustice. Children who grew up hearing these tales knew better than to tempt fate or gods. Young lovers invoked Aphrodite's name with trembling lips. Expectant mothers whispered prayers to Hera, begging her not to take offence at their happiness. Farmers left offerings at roadside shrines, not just for harvest, but in hopes that their daughters might be spared the attention of wandering gods. And yet, despite the pain in these tales, there was something beautiful in them too. Even the gods, for all their power, were tangled in longing and fury, guilt and pride. They hurt each other. They stayed in messy marriages. They mourned what they destroyed. It made the cosmos feel less like a cold, perfect machine, and more like a mirror. One where human hearts could recognize their own flaws in celestial form. For all their immortal glory, the gods were never far from mortal emotion. And that, perhaps, is why we still tell their stories. By the time the gods had firmly established their places atop Olympus and etched their names into temples and myths across the Greek world, one question still lingered among mortals and immortals alike. Who, among all these divine beings, would guide civilization forward? not just with strength or power, but with wisdom, skill, and something more lasting than conquest? The answer, as it turned out, would emerge not through war, but through a contest. At the heart of this tale was a fledgling city, a coastal settlement nestled between rocky hills and the sapphire waters of the Aegean. The people who lived there were resourceful but uncertain. They had stone, they had salt, they had sun, and they had gods. What they needed was a patron, one who would watch over them, protect them, and give their city a name worthy of the ages. Two gods stepped forward. The first was Poseidon, lord of the sea, earth shaker, tamer of horses, and occasional flood enthusiast. He was powerful, proud, and loud. The second was Athena, goddess of wisdom, warfare, weaving, and well-timed restraint. She was calm, calculating, and never one to show off unless it proved a point. They both laid claim to the city, and rather than plunge the heavens into yet another divine quarrel, the gods agreed on a challenge. Whichever deity could offer the more useful gift to the people would earn the city's devotion. Poseidon, never one to wait his turn, strode into the heart of the city square and raised his mighty trident. With a dramatic flourish, he struck the rocky earth. The ground trembled, lightning split the sky for flare, and from the stone burst forth a magnificent spring of water. The crowd gasped. The spring sparkled in the sunlight, cool and clear. Then someone took a sip. It was salt water. Poseidon, god of oceans, had given the city a salt spring. To his credit, it was a beautiful salt spring. Glimmering, mysterious, perhaps even good for exfoliating. But as the people tasted it and began coughing politely into their togas, it became clear that salty drinking water was less of a blessing and more of a cautionary tale. Athena waited for the murmurs to fade. Then, with quiet grace, she stepped forward. Kneeling beside the parched soil, she pressed her fingers to the earth. From that spot, a small shoot emerged. It grew, slowly, gently, until it became a sturdy olive tree, its leaves catching the breeze, and its branches heavy with promise. The people gathered close. They tasted the olives, pressed them into oil, rubbed it on wounds, burned it in lamps. They marvelled at the tree's shade, its fruit, its longevity. No theatrics, no thunder, just a tree, a future. The gods judged Athena the victor, and the city was named Athens in her honour. It was a turning point, not just for one city, but for the whole mythological landscape. While Poseidon returned to his waves, Athena became a symbol of something new. Intellect over impulse, patience over bluster, growth over spectacle. But Athena was never just the goddess of cleverness. She embodied practical wisdom, knowledge applied. She was the patron of architects and strategists, of artisans and thinkers. She didn't just win wars, she prevented them, or at least ensured they were fought wisely. She also had a talent for invention. The bridle, the ship, the chariot, all innovations guided by her unseen hand. Music, mathematics, philosophy, her gifts shaped them all. While Ares roared across battlefields, Athena quietly built the city that could outlast the war. Still, for all her restraint, Athena was not immune to pride. This brings us to the story of Arachne. In a small town far from Olympus, a young woman sat at a loom. Her name was Arachne, and her weaving was extraordinary. Her tapestries shimmered with life. Scenes of forests and feasts, gods and monsters, threaded with colour so fine it seemed divine. People travelled for miles to see her work, and Arachne welcomed them with quiet confidence. Until one day she began to boast. "They say Athena taught me," she said to a wide-eyed crowd. "But I taught myself, and I weave better than any god." Now, if history has taught us anything, it's that comparing oneself to a god is rarely the start of a restful afternoon. Athena heard the claim, and while she could have reduced the girl's house to rubble or turned her loom into ash, she chose instead to appear in disguise, an old woman stooped with time. "You should be careful," she warned gently. "The gods do not take kindly to such pride." Arachne shrugged. Let her come. I'd challenge Athena herself if she dared." Athena dropped the disguise. The loom fell silent. "I accept," the goddess said. The two began to weave. Athena's tapestry showed the gods in all their glory, regal and wise, mighty and fair. It was a masterwork of divine dignity, every thread singing with celestial pride. Arachne, for her part, wove something different. Her tapestry told the truth. It showed the gods' mistakes, their petty rivalries, their jealousies and cruelties. It depicted Zeus's many disguises, Hera's rages, Apollo's curses. The images were vivid, honest, and flawless. When they finished, Athena examined both works. She could find no fault in Arachne's weaving. No missed stitch, no clumsy pattern. It was perfect, and it was insulting. Not because it was false, but because it was true. Athena's anger flared, not with jealousy, but with disappointment. The girl had talent, yes, but no reverence, no humility. So Athena did what gods often do when their pride is pricked. She punished her. With a single touch, she transformed Arachne into the first spider, 8-legged, quick-fingered, forever weaving in silence. Her descendants would continue the craft, spinning intricate webs across trees and doorways, threading beauty through air itself. It was a lesson, not just about pride, but about the fine line between talent and arrogance. Athena did not hate excellence. She demanded it. But she demanded respect too, for gods, for gifts, for the delicate balance between inspiration and hubris. And in that, she was no different from the city she protected. Athens, under her watch, became the cradle of learning and art, of philosophy and democracy. Its streets were lined with sculpture and debate, with marble colonnades and whispered poetry. The olive tree still stood in the Acropolis, a quiet reminder of the day wisdom bested force. Yet Athena was never a goddess of comfort. She inspired, yes, but she also challenged. She pushed mortals to think harder, build better, question deeper. Her favour came not to the strongest, but to the clever, the disciplined, the bold. She watched the world not with warmth, but with clarity, and from her place above the city that bore her name, she waited for those who dared to think. Athena's influence didn't stop at invention or battle strategy. Her very presence on Olympus helped shift the nature of divinity itself. She represented a new kind of power, one that didn't thunder or storm, but reasoned, observed, and guided. And the mortals who honoured her began to reflect that shift. They carved her statues not just with swords and shields, but with books, scrolls, and thoughtful expressions. Her temples were filled not only with offerings, but with ideas. Debates broke out in her name. Laws were argued beneath her gaze. Artists painted under her inspiration. Mathematicians named theorems in her honour. And poets, who usually preferred Apollo, whispered her name when they finally found the right phrase. Cities under her protection didn't just grow, they flourished. But Athena was no stranger to war. Though not bloodthirsty like Ares, she led battles when they were just. She stood behind Odysseus with every cunning twist he made. She guided Perseus on his deadly quest against Medusa. Her gift was not brute strength, but strategic clarity. She didn't charge first, she calculated first, and then she won. And always she returned to Athens. The olive tree she gifted stood as both a memory and a promise, of peace through preparation, of beauty born from simplicity, of the quiet strength of something that grows, endures, and feeds. In the hush of night, as lamps flickered across marble porticos and the sea wind rustled olive branches, the people of Athens would look up to the Acropolis. There, in the moonlight, stood her temple, and though she was silent, they knew she was watching, not with judgment, but with expectation, because to be under Athena's protection was not just to be safe, it was to be challenged to become something more. The birth of the twins, Apollo and Artemis, was not just the arrival of two new gods. It was a celestial event that shook both Olympus and the mortal world. Born to the Titaness Leto after a grueling 9-day labour and a lengthy game of divine keep-away orchestrated by Hera, these siblings were destined to embody both light and shadow, grace and vengeance. One would command the sun and song, the other the moon and the hunt. And though their domains were beautiful, their wrath would prove legendary. Apollo emerged first, radiant, golden, charismatic. Even as a newborn, his eyes were said to gleam like sunrise over calm seas. He was a god of many talents: music, healing, prophecy, poetry, and, less humbly, being correct at all times. Artemis followed, calm and composed, her silence sharper than any arrow. She was the guardian of wild things, the goddess of untamed forests, of childbirth, and of the perfect shot taken without hesitation. Their childhood was brief. As was customary for Greek gods, the twins were given a few hours to admire infancy before reaching full maturity and heading off to chase monsters, smite arrogance, and cause occasional emotional turmoil. Apollo's first great act came quickly. He remembered his mother's suffering, how the monstrous serpent Python, sent by Hera, had hounded Leto across the lands. Now that he had limbs and divine authority, Apollo sought revenge. He travelled to the base of Mount Parnassus, where Python slithered in his foul temple, oozing poison and ancient spite. Armed with a silver bow gifted by Hephaestus, Apollo loosed arrow after arrow into the beast, each one whistling through the air like a divine accusation. The creature howled and writhed, but the god did not relent. By the time Python collapsed, the valley was silent. No bird dared chirp. Where the serpent's body fell, Apollo erected a new temple, a place of prophecy and insight to cleanse the stench of fear. This became the Oracle of Delphi, the most sacred site in the ancient world. There, a priestess known as the Pythia would inhale vapours from a crack in the earth, enter a trance, and speak Apollo's truths in riddles. Mortals came from every corner of Greece, desperate for answers, and many left even more confused, but in awe nonetheless. Apollo was radiant, yes, but he was not gentle. Apollo's light could warm the soul or burn it, and his affections, once ignited, were notoriously difficult to extinguish. One day, while striding through the forest with his bow slung over one shoulder and a smug grin under a crown of laurels, Apollo encountered Eros, the god of love, more commonly known as Cupid to the Romans. Eros was small, winged, and usually overlooked, which made him dangerously easy to underestimate. Apollo, flushed with his recent victory over Python and no longer interested in humility, made a remark. "Careful where you point that little toy boss, he said with a laugh. Leave real archery to the gods. Eros did not laugh. Instead he reached for 2 arrows, one tipped in gold, kindling love, the other in lead, snuffing it out. With calm precision he fired the golden arrow into Apollo's chest and the lead one into the heart of a nymph named Daphne, who had been minding her own business nearby, unaware she was about to be pursued by a love-struck god with the subtlety of a golden retriever. Apollo's passion ignited instantly. Daphne, struck with utter revulsion, fled. What followed was a desperate and poetic chase. Through meadows and over rivers, Apollo called out declarations of love and sonnets mid-sprint, while Daphne barely looked over her shoulder. She begged the river god, her father, for salvation, and he granted it, transforming her body into a laurel tree just as Apollo reached her. Apollo fell to his knees and wept, pressing his hands to the bark, still warm. To honour her, he declared the laurel his sacred tree. From that moment on, every poet, every victor, every crowned hero would wear a wreath of Daphne's leaves, a symbol of glory, and a quiet reminder that some things do not want to be caught. Artemis, for her part, was less easily tricked. Fiercely independent and eternally chaste, she roamed forests with her band of maiden huntresses, bow in hand, hair unbound, and a deep mistrust of anyone with a beard. Her wrath, though rare, was decisive. Take the story of Actaeon. One quiet afternoon, the young hunter stumbled upon Artemis as she bathed in a secluded glade. His eyes widened, his footsteps froze. He did not speak, did not move, but it was too late. He had seen her, and she had seen him. With a single glare, Artemis transformed Actaeon into a stag. Confused and frightened, he fled, only to be pursued and torn apart by his own hunting dogs, who failed to recognize their master. Artemis did not gloat, she did not grin. She simply returned to the water, untouched and unrepentant. She was not cruel, but she was divine. And that meant she expected respect without warning. Their duality, Apollo and Artemis, shaped Greek thought in subtle ways. He ruled the sun, she the moon. He gave prophecy, she protected birth. He punished through heat, she through silence. Together they were not opposites, but complements. Light and coolness, music and motion, fury and form. Apollo's followers built grand temples. Artemis's devotees left offerings in forest groves. And both, though loved, were feared. Because both demanded purity, one of intent, the other of self. And both were reminders that beauty, when paired with divinity, could be devastating. Apollo's complexity only deepened over time. He could heal with one hand and curse with the other. When his sacred honour was violated, or his pride bruised, he did not always choose forgiveness. He once flayed a satyr, alive for daring to challenge him to a music contest. Marsyas had played the flute with passion, but Apollo played the lyre with perfection. The Muses declared Apollo the winner. Marsyas, bound to a tree, declared it unfair. Apollo replied with silence, followed by skinning. Then there was Niobe, queen of Thebes, who boasted of her many children, some say 12, others 14, and mocked Leto for having only 2. She forgot, of course, that Leto's 2 were Artemis and Apollo, and that neither sibling took criticism lightly. Descending like a storm, Apollo slew her sons, Artemis her daughters. Only one child was spared, depending on which poet you ask. Niobe, once proud and radiant, fled to Mount Sipylus, where she turned to stone. To this day, the mountain is said to weep, tears running down her face with every rainstorm, a grief too deep for mortals, too justified for gods. And yet Apollo was not without mercy. He healed as much as he harmed. He protected the young, inspired musicians and whispered to prophets. He had mortal lovers, male and female, whose ends were rarely happy but whose memories lived in songs and statues. He was, in essence, a god of contradiction. Artemis, too, bore contradictions. She aided women in childbirth, but demanded their silence in her forests. She blessed the hunt, but protected animals from senseless cruelty. She loathed men's advances, yet often watched over them from the trees. A stern guardian, yes, but also a quiet comfort to those who walked alone at night. Mortals feared them not because they were cruel, but because they were too vast to understand. You might earn Apollo's favour with a melody, or his wrath with a wrong note. You might cross Artemis's path and be blessed with safe travels, or end up as a cautionary myth told around campfires. And yet, for all their power, there was a strange and tender bond between the twins. In a pantheon where siblings often plotted and poisoned, Apollo and Artemis remained close. When one grieved, the other grew silent. When one triumphed, the other smiled. They were two halves of a divine whole, sun and moon, prophecy and instinct, fury and grace. Together they reminded mortals of this. Beauty does not equal safety, and power, no matter how radiant, always comes with a shadow. The age of gods was never truly quiet, but for a time it seemed as though the world had found its rhythm. The Olympians ruled from above. The seasons turned. Mortals offered their sacrifices with trembling fingers and hopeful eyes. And yet, for all this balance, there was something brewing, a slow, sullen rot beneath the rituals and hymns. Humanity, it turned out, was beginning to misbehave. They had once been golden, literally. The first humans, crafted by the gods, lived in harmony. They spoke in song, shared their harvests, and never locked their doors. There were no wars, no greed, no taxes. But the Golden Age, like most good things in myth, did not last. What followed was the Silver Age, a time of decline. The new men were longer of limb, but shorter of temper. They ignored the gods, bickered over sheep, and built walls around their homes. The Silver Age saw the rise of pride without purpose, of labour without love. They lived longer, but not better. Then came the Bronze Age. And if silver had been a disappointment, bronze was a full-blown crisis. Men forged weapons. Not ploughs, not lyres, not tools, but blades. They carved armour from metal and turned their eyes to conquest. Villages became fortresses. Brothers quarrelled over borders. Worship faded. Altars crumbled, and the prayers that once rose like incense now rang hollow, if they came at all. Zeus watched all of this from Olympus. He had seen mortals at their finest, humble, joyous, curious. And now he saw them drunk on their own strength, stumbling into cruelty with alarming creativity. It was not just the fighting, it was the forgetting. They had forgotten who gave them breath, and Zeus, famously, did not enjoy being forgotten. He considered thunderbolts, a few well-placed strikes to remind them of the sky's wrath. But bolts were brief, and the corruption ran deep. This was not a matter of punishment. It was a matter of cleansing. So he called upon his brother Poseidon. "Flood them," Zeus said, and Poseidon, always eager to stretch his shoulders and swing a trident, agreed. Poseidon stepped into the ocean, raised his trident, and drove it deep into the seafloor. The earth groaned, waves rose, clouds gathered, heavy and black. Rain began to fall, slow at first, like uncertain tears, and then all at once. Rivers swelled, lakes spilled. The sea forgot its borders. Hills disappeared beneath churning grey. People ran, climbed, prayed, some to the gods they had ignored for years, others to the sky itself, not knowing who to beg. It did not matter. The water rose all the same. Temples collapsed, forests vanished. The cities of men, once loud with pride, fell silent. Statues of marble gods were washed away, leaving only the stones they had been carved from. And above it all, the rain kept falling. In the midst of this watery undoing, 2 souls survived, Deucalion and Pyrrha. Deucalion was the son of Prometheus, the titan who had shaped man from clay and defied Zeus to bring them fire. Pyrrha was the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora, the first woman, she who had once opened a box and released every sorrow upon the world, leaving only hope inside. Together the two watched the sea swallow the world, but they were not taken. Prometheus, forever one step ahead, had warned his son. And so Deucalion and Pyrrha built a wooden chest, not large, not elegant, but sealed tight. As the waters surged, they climbed inside and held on. Days passed, maybe weeks. Time blurred in the endless grey. The world was a sea without horizon, and the sky offered no answers. But the chest floated, bobbing between ruin and rebirth. Eventually the waters began to recede. The rains weakened, and the sea, tired of its rage, drew back. The chest bumped gently against something solid. Stone, ancient and still. Mount Parnassus. Deucalion stepped out first, barefoot on damp rock. Pyrrha followed, blinking against the pale light. Around them was silence, not the hush of night, but the stunned quiet of a world reborn. They were the only ones left. For a long time, Deucalion and Pyrrha said nothing. They wandered the wet stones in silence, stepping over driftwood and fragments of old lives. Broken pots, drowned sandals, a child's doll waterlogged and resting in a crevice. The weight of being the only living souls pressed down on them harder than the flood ever had. They were not survivors, they were witnesses. Eventually, they climbed higher up the mountain and built a small fire. Smoke rose, curling into the pale sky like a question mark with no sentence to follow. Now what? Pyrrha whispered. It was the right question. Not just for them, but for the gods as well. Deucalion and Pyrrha prayed. Not to Zeus, who had done the flooding, but to Themis, the titaness of divine law and prophecy, older than Olympus, and perhaps more compassionate. They begged her to tell them how to restore the world. The answer came not with thunder, but with stillness. A voice drifted to them in the wind. Cover your heads, walk down the mountain, and cast the bones of your mother behind you. Cryptic, as prophecies tend to be. At first they hesitated. Their mother was long gone, buried beneath waves or time. But then Deucalion understood. Mother was Gaia, the earth, and her bones? Stones. So they gathered stones in trembling hands, veiled their heads with wet cloaks, and began to walk. One by one they cast the stones behind them, and where those stones struck the earth, they softened and shifted. The ones thrown by Deucalion took shape as men, broad-shouldered, sun-darkened. The ones thrown by Pyrrha became women, strong-eyed and quiet. Humanity, version 2, this new race was not golden. They did not glow, but they were durable. And they remembered. They built cautiously, loved fiercely, and when they told stories around the fire, they always began with water. It was not a perfect world, but it was a second chance. Above them, the gods watched. Zeus, satisfied that the rot had been washed away, turned his gaze elsewhere. Poseidon let the sea settle, and Themis perhaps allowed herself the faintest smile. The flood had not just erased. It had planted something. Something hard, humble, and human. In the end, the world did not roar back to life. It crept. It breathed. A blade of grass. A bird's call. The first stubborn flower pushing through silt. And somewhere on Mount Parnassus, two figures held each other beside a dying fire, the last and first of their kind. They had not rebuilt a kingdom. They had restarted a heartbeat, but survival, as Deucalion and Pyrrha soon discovered, was only the beginning. The new world they inherited was not gentle. The soil, though rich, was unfamiliar. The winds carried the scent of salt and memory. Every step they took stirred echoes of temples lost, of voices drowned, of laughter once carried by bustling streets now gone. Even the sun seemed quieter, as though it too was grieving. Their first nights were sleepless. Every creak of wind over stone, every splash of a distant stream reminded them of the flood, of the silence it left behind. They lit fires not just for warmth, but to remind themselves that life, flickering and fragile, was still burning. They spoke in low voices, as if afraid to disturb the hush. And when they began to plant, to shape clay, to build crude walls from mud and memory, they did so with reverence, as if the earth might reject them again if they rushed. The gods did not speak often after that. They had made their point, and perhaps that was for the best. This time, the world would be shaped more by mortal hands than divine ones. Still, the people who rose from the stones carried a kind of wisdom, one passed not through scrolls or speeches, but through the sheer weight of survival. They did not forget easily. When they built altars, they placed them far from their homes. When they told stories, they lingered on the mistakes. They honoured hope, but they never trusted it blindly again. And in time, the new world began to sing again. Different songs, lower, softer, sung by firelight rather than shouted in temples. Songs of gratitude, songs of warning, songs that told of a time when the sky opened and washed the world clean. Not out of cruelty, but because it had no other choice. Not every battle in Greek myth was fought by gods. Some, strangely enough, were left to mortals. Men with mortal bones and very mortal fears, handed impossible tasks by those who lived above clouds. And yet they fought. Not for glory, though some claimed that. Not for fame, though that too would come. But often out of necessity, because the gods asked, or a kingdom needed saving, or there simply wasn't anyone else available. The first of these is Perseus. He was born of prophecy, like so many unfortunate heroes. His mother Danae had been locked in a tower by her father after a seer foretold that her son would one day kill him. Zeus, ever the enthusiast for inconvenient romance, visited her in the form of golden rain. Yes, rain. It's best not to ask questions about that. In time, Perseus was born, and his grandfather, not thrilled with either prophecy or divine weather patterns, had mother and son cast into the sea inside a wooden chest. The chest washed ashore, as they tend to do in these stories, and Perseus grew up among fishermen, strong and kind, and altogether too promising to stay anonymous for long. The trouble came when a local king, enamoured with Danae, demanded Perseus bring him the head of Medusa, one of the three Gorgon sisters. Medusa, of course, was no ordinary monster. Her gaze could turn any man to stone, and her hair was a writhing nest of living snakes. You would think this would be enough to put off most people. Perseus, unfortunately, was not most people. Perseus did not go alone. The gods, ever partial to bold narratives, sent aid. Hermes gave him winged sandals so he might fly. Hades lent him a helmet of invisibility, which feels suspiciously generous for someone known more for brooding than charity. Athena, of course, offered guidance and a polished shield, smooth and reflective like a still pond. And so Perseus flew, unseen, armed with divine tools, into the realm where Medusa slept. He did not look at her. He watched her reflection in the shield, crept forward, and with a single motion severed her head. From her blood sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and a giant named Chrysaor. It was that kind of story. Heads could be entire ecosystems. Perseus placed the head in a sack, careful not to make eye contact even post-mortem. On his way home, he encountered a princess named Andromeda, chained to a rock as an offering to a sea monster. He saved her, of course, slaying the beast and marrying the princess in what must have been an extremely awkward reception, given the dampness and snake-related luggage. In the end, Perseus returned victorious. He used Medusa's head to turn his enemies to stone, including that same king who had sent him off in the first place. As for the prophecy, it fulfilled itself, as they tend to do. Perseus accidentally struck his grandfather dead during a sporting event, which is precisely why no oracle should ever be allowed near a javelin. If Perseus was the prototype hero, Heracles, better known by his Roman name, Hercules, was the overbuilt sequel. His story begins with rage and repentance. After being driven mad by Hera, Heracles killed his wife and children. To atone, he was given a list, 12 labours, each more impossible than the last. The first task was to slay the Nemean lion, a beast with a hide so tough no blade could pierce it. Heracles, practical as ever, eventually wrestled the creature barehanded, strangling it to death and skinning it with its own claws. From then on, he wore the pelt as a cloak, a sort of heroic bathrobe that screamed, "Do not disturb." Next came the Linnaean Hydra, a serpent with multiple heads that regrew double whenever one was cut. A poor choice for swordplay. Heracles, with the help of his nephew Iolaus, discovered the trick. Sear the stumps with fire before the heads could regenerate. The battle was long, the smell appalling, but the monster fell. Then there was the Ceryneian hind, a golden deer so swift it could outrun arrows. Heracles chased it for a year, yes, a year, before gently capturing it. This, more than anything, speaks to his endurance and perhaps his patience with bureaucracy. Other tasks involved a monstrous boar, a flock of man-eating birds, cleaning the Augean stables in a single day, which he did by rerouting a river, and capturing various horrors including a wild bull, man-eating mares, and a three-headed dog named Cerberus. Each labour was more than a feat of strength. It was a test of will, cunning, and occasionally negotiation. By the time Heracles completed them all, he had become something more than mortal. Not yet a god, but no longer just a man. His story was full of suffering, but also of endurance. He made mistakes, tremendous ones, but was given a path to redemption. In that way, Heracles became a kind of mirror, not of perfection, but of struggle. And then there was Theseus. His story, unlike Heracles' grand arc of redemption, began with a simple identity crisis. Raised away from his father, the king of Athens, Theseus grew up not knowing his true heritage. When he came of age, he lifted a stone under which lay a sword and sandals, left there by his father as proof of lineage. With a sense of purpose and a suspiciously fast learning curve, he set off for Athens, clearing the road of bandits as he went. It was a sort of mythological resume building, but the real test came with the Minotaur. Every 9 years, Athens was forced to send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete as tribute, payment for a past war and a bitter peace. They were fed to the Minotaur, a creature half man, half bull, who lived in a labyrinth so complex even the architect got lost drawing it. Theseus volunteered to go. When he arrived in Crete, he caught the eye of Ariadne, daughter of King Minos. She gave him 2 things, a sword and a ball of string. The string, more than the blade, was the key. Theseus tied it at the entrance and spooled it behind him as he moved deeper into the maze. When he found the Minotaur, he fought not with brute force, but with precision. And when the beast fell, Theseus followed the string back into daylight. The monster was slain. The tribute would end. But the story doesn't stop there. Theseus sailed away with Ariadne, only to abandon her on a deserted island, for reasons the myths gloss over with uncomfortable speed. He returned home triumphant, but forgot to swap his ship's black sails for white, as he had promised. His father, watching from the cliffs, saw the dark sails and believed his son was dead. In grief, he threw himself into the sea. And so Theseus became king, not by defeating a beast, but by forgetting a promise. What bound these heroes together was not just strength or lineage. It was the simple fact that they tried again and again, despite fear, despite failure, despite the gods' habit of moving the goalposts mid-quest. Perseus fought with borrowed tools, Heracles with the weight of guilt on his back. Theseus, for all his cunning, still lost things he didn't mean to. They were not perfect. They were not meant to be. Their greatness came not from being flawless, but from facing the impossible anyway. They did not slay monsters because it was easy. They did it because someone had to. And when their stories were told, it wasn't the victories people remembered most. It was the cost, the loss, the quiet moments after. And that, perhaps, is what makes the old heroes linger. Not just in marble or ink or stars, but in the way we still tell their tales. In every story of courage and flaw. In every moment where a person chooses to face what they fear, even when they are afraid. Because the monsters were never just monsters. They were fear and grief and guilt. Things no sword can truly slay. And yet, someone always tries. So sleep now with the knowledge that you don't have to be a god to be brave. You don't have to wear lion skins or hold golden shields. You just have to keep walking, even through the labyrinth. Even when you forget to change the sails. Especially then. In the beginning, the gods created man, and monsters, and storms, and envy, and fire. But long before heroes raised swords or lovers whispered beneath moonlight, there were the Fates, 3 sisters who wove, measured, and cut the threads of every life. Even the gods in their shimmering power could not ignore them. Clotho, the youngest, spun each soul into being with fingers as gentle as they were absolute. She twirled the threads of life from a distaff of mystery, her spindle ever turning, ever singing. Lachesis, the middle sister, took those threads and measured them. How long, how strong, how entangled. She never smiled, but her eyes gleamed with quiet knowing. And Atropos, the eldest and sternest, held the shears. When she cut the thread, it was final. They did not argue. They did not bargain. Not even Zeus could persuade Atropos to wait. If she snipped, the story ended. And so it was understood. Fate was not a punishment or reward, but a truth, woven long before a cradle was rocked or a war was waged. Yet in this world of threads and thunderbolts, love still managed to make a mess of things. One of its most famous casualties was a boy named Narcissus. He was beautiful, so beautiful that entire cities paused to watch him pass. He had the kind of face poets retire over, the kind of hair that made gods consider taking up hobbies. But beauty, untempered, often curdles into arrogance. And Narcissus had no interest in the hearts he broke. He waved them off like dandelion seeds. Among the many who fell for him was a nymph named Echo. Echo had once been a chatterbox, loved by all for her voice, until she crossed the wrong goddess. Hera, ever suspicious and rarely wrong, cursed her to repeat only the last words spoken to her. Echo could no longer start a conversation. Only mirror one. A strange sentence for someone who had so much to say. Still, she watched Narcissus from the trees, her love growing with every passing glance. One day, when he wandered into her woods, she tried to approach. But of course, when he called out, "Is anyone there?" all she could answer was, "There." He turned, frowning. "Come to me." "To me," she echoed, stepping forward. He recoiled. "Leave me be." "Me be," she whispered, as though cursing herself. And when he walked away, Echo wilted like a flower without sunlight. She faded until only her voice remained, haunting valleys and caves, repeating the words of others with no thoughts of her own. Some say she still speaks, waiting for someone to say something worth remembering. But Narcissus would not go unpunished. The goddess Nemesis, vengeance in a flowing gown, saw his cruelty and decided he would learn what it meant to long without answer. She led him to a still pool, where he leaned down to drink. There he saw a face, flawless, tragic, and entirely his. He reached for it, the reflection rippled. He smiled, thinking it coy. Day after day he returned to the pool, unable to look away. In time, he withered. In the place where he had knelt bloomed a delicate white flower, the narcissus. Echo, for all her fading, never lost her tenderness. Even as her body dissolved into mist, her presence lingered in the lonely places, among the cliffs, in forest glades, beneath bridges where the world hums softly. Children called out to hear her. Travellers shouted just to feel less alone. And in those moments she answered, not because she hoped to be heard, but because some part of her still loved the sound of voices in the air. Narcissus, meanwhile, became more than a boy with good cheekbones and bad manners. His name turned into a warning, a mirror held to anyone who loved their own reflection a little too much. He was not remembered for his beauty, but for the way it undid him, for how stillness can become a trap, for how longing, left unchecked, curls inward. Not all love stories in Greek myth ended in madness or ruin. Some, though strange, carried a kind of wistful magic. Pygmalion was a sculptor, a quiet man who found people too loud, too flawed, too complicated. So he stopped seeking love in the market stalls and began to carve it from stone. He worked for days, then weeks, then months, shaping his perfect woman from marble. Eyes soft but unblinking, lips poised but silent. And when he finished, he was ruined, because she was beautiful, too beautiful, and she didn't argue, or forget, or look away. Pygmalion brought her gifts, flowers, cloth, even jewels he could barely afford. He whispered to her, touched her hand, slept beside the statue, dreaming of warmth. He had not built a muse, he had built a longing. Aphrodite, who knew the patterns of desire like a familiar melody, took pity on him. One night, as he pressed his lips to the cold marble cheek, the stone softened. Warmth blossomed beneath his fingers. She blinked. Galatea, he called her, and she looked back. They say they lived quietly, happily, and perhaps they did. For in that small moment, stone to skin, stillness to breath, a wish became a woman, and loneliness found a name. As for Pygmalion, one might wonder what Galatea thought of it all. To awaken and find yourself loved before you could speak. To be wished into being with no say in the matter. Perhaps she loved him. Or perhaps she learned to. Or perhaps she simply chose not to leave. The myths do not say. They rarely ask the statue how it feels. Stories like Pygmalion's weren't meant to teach lessons. They were there to hold something else. Some flickering hope that love, even when it seems imagined, might be answered. That even the coldest heart might stir, if someone believes in it long enough. And yet, even in these silences, the stories linger. They drift across time not because they are precise, but because they are familiar. We see ourselves in the ones who chase, in the ones who run, in the ones who wait too long by the water's edge. We recognise the fear of being forgotten, and the wish to make something perfect, so we might never be alone again. And so we come to the end, not of myth, for that never truly ends, but of the telling. The gods, the heroes, the curses and quests, they fade for now, like torchlight at dawn. But something remains. Greek mythology was never meant to be tidy. It contradicts itself. It bends. It forgets. But that's what makes it so human. These were not just stories about gods. They were mirrors held up to us. They showed what happened when we loved too deeply or too carelessly, when we reached for more than we should, when we defied fate or surrendered to it. The gods may have had temples, but it was in the quiet corners, the cave, the hearth, the olive grove, that these stories were truly remembered, whispered to children, painted on pottery, traded by sailors who weren't entirely sure if they'd seen a sea monster or just wanted a good excuse for being late. Even now, they persist, in the constellations overhead, in words like narcissist and hygiene, in art, in poetry, in how we speak of hope and tragedy. We still long like Pygmalion. We still echo like the nymph in the woods, and we still wonder what thread the fates are spinning while we sleep. So rest now, traveller of old stories. Let the myths drift and settle. Let their gods climb back to Olympus, and their heroes sheathe their blades. There is nothing to slay tonight, only silence and sleep, and the slow turning of the stars. And perhaps if you listen closely, you'll hear the spindle spinning still. Congratulations, you've just woken up in ancient Rome, not in a palace, not in a marble villa surrounded by fountains and toga-clad servants feeding you grapes. No, you've landed where most people lived, where the plumbing is theoretical, the walls are one good fart away from collapse, and your upstairs neighbour is always, always stomping around like a gladiator on leg day. You're in an insula, the Roman version of an apartment building. Sounds promising, right? Maybe something with a courtyard, a bit of sunlight. Wrong. The Latin word insula literally means island, and that's the first clue that you are absolutely stranded. You're on the 4th floor, if you're lucky. Anything higher than that, and you're basically living in the rafters of a fire hazard. These buildings are made of brick, wood, and wishful thinking. They sway in the wind, lean against each other like drunk friends, and have an average structural integrity of a stale loaf of bread. And speaking of bread, don't even think about making toast. Open flames are banned because one bad cooking accident and the whole block goes up like a Saturnalia bonfire. Your room is about the size of a modern walk-in closet. There's a cot, term used generously, made of rope and straw, and a threadbare blanket that smells like every person who's ever used it before you. The walls are damp, stained, and close enough together that if you lie on your side, you can touch both without moving. You have no windows. Light filters in from a crack under the door and from a hole someone accidentally punched through the roof with a broom handle 3 tenants ago. There's no privacy. You share this space with 2 other people, one of whom is coughing with such dramatic flair that you briefly wonder if you're living in a poorly written tragedy. Spoiler. It's not drama. It's probably tuberculosis. Outside, the morning begins not with birdsong, but with the rumble of wooden carts and the melodious yelling of vendors hawking olives, fish, and something that may have been bread in a former life. A donkey brays like it's dying, children cry like they're dying, and someone's already arguing over taxes 2 floors below. You stretch. Bad idea. Your back cracks like a papyrus scroll in a drought, and you immediately regret trying to act like someone whose spine hasn't been curled into a question mark by years of hard labour and a diet that consists mostly of beans and regret. You're about 27 years old, which makes you one of the older folks in the neighbourhood. Most people die before 40, usually from some combination of injury, infection, or inhaling too much, whatever it is, that leaks from the latrine pit every summer. You shuffle out of bed, barefoot. Of course you're barefoot. Shoes cost money, and if you had money, you wouldn't be living here. The floor is cold and sticky. Is it wine? Is it urine? Is it olive oil? It's probably all 3. You step around your neighbour's sleeping form and try not to kick the communal chamber pot. It's full. It's always full. Time to relieve yourself? Great, you've got options. Option 1, the aforementioned chamber pot, which will soon be dumped. Drum roll, please. Right out the window. There's a whole system to it. You're supposed to shout cave before you launch the contents onto the street below, which means watch out in Latin. But let's be honest, nobody does. The streets reek of urine, feces, spoiled food, and dead dreams. The gutters are open, the waste flows freely, and if you're lucky, the rain hasn't washed it all back toward your front door. Hygiene, you ask? That's adorable. There are no showers, no soap, no toothpaste. You might wash your face in the public fountain if you're feeling fancy, and don't mind sharing your morning splash with 14 other people and a stray dog licking a wound. You scrape your teeth with a stick. Maybe rub some ash on them if you're feeling bougie. Breath? It smells like a fermented mixture of old lentils and existential dread. Still, you pull on your tunic, your one tunic, and head outside. It's made of rough wool or linen, stained in ways you've long stopped trying to identify. It smells like mildew and human. No deodorant, no underwear. You tie it at the waist with a rope and hope it holds. If not, congratulations. You've just invented public indecency. Not that anyone cares. Modesty in Rome is mostly reserved for statues and upper-class poetry. Stepping outside is like entering a war zone of the senses. The street is already packed. Vendors scream, beggars shout, oxen defecate mid-step. Flies swarm in thick clouds over the fish stalls. Somewhere nearby, a rooster is being murdered, or possibly just expressing itself. Someone's cooking something that smells like disappointment. Your neighbour's child runs past, barefoot and covered in something that might be jam, might be blood, might be both. You make your way down the street toward the communal bakery, one of the few luxuries you share with the rest of your block. You hand over your government-issued grain ration, a lump of barley flour wrapped in cloth. The baker takes it, adds it to the others, and hours later you'll get back a small, hard, blackened loaf. It's barely edible, mostly ash from the public oven's coals. But hey, it's warm and it's yours. Assuming no one steals it first. Breakfast? Sure, let's pretend. If you're lucky, you get a bit of pulse, a thick gruel made from boiled grains. It's what most poor Romans eat every day. Grain, water, maybe some chickpeas, maybe not. If you're having a good day, there's a drizzle of olive oil on top. If you're having a bad day, the drizzle is rat urine and you don't know it yet. Meat? Only for the rich? Milk? Spoils too fast. Cheese? Maybe. Eggs? Only if you steal them from a chicken that lives under your stairs. Most protein comes from beans, lentils and dreams. If you want fruit, it better be in season and unspoiled. Otherwise, you're just gnawing on the husk of an overripe fig and pretending it's a plum. You might stop by the latrina, a public latrine, to take care of business. If you enjoy the company of 12 other people doing the exact same thing. The bench has a series of holes, no dividers, and a shared sponge on a stick dipped in vinegar. That's the Roman version of toilet paper. You rinse it, wipe, and repeat. And you wonder why nobody makes eye contact in these places. After all this, it's barely mid-morning. You haven't even started work yet. But before you leave for your day job, which, spoiler, is physically and emotionally crushing, you pause for a moment and look around. The street is alive. Smelly, chaotic, dangerous, but alive. Kids scream and chase each other. A street performer juggles knives with questionable skill. A merchant shouts about the healing power of fermented fish sauce. And the city breathes, chokes, and burps in one never-ending symphony of humanity. Your landlord? Never seen him. Repairs? Don't hold your breath. If your building collapses, it's not considered a tragedy. It's considered a Tuesday. Fires are common. So are floods. So is sudden, unexplained death. You're a cog in a system that views you as replaceable. You're not a citizen. You're a warm body in a census scroll. Your value is measured in how quietly you suffer. And you will suffer. Because this is ancient Rome. Not the Rome of marble forums and golden laurels. Not the Rome of historians and Hollywood. This is the Rome of slums and soot, of crowded insulae and chamber pots, of grit and groaning humanity. You're not Cicero. You're not Caesar. You're not even close. You're a peasant on the 4th floor, praying the 3rd doesn't catch fire again. And it's only the beginning of your day. Congratulations. You've survived your first Roman night without being robbed, choked by smoke, or crushed by your neighbour's drunken body rolling onto your sleeping mat. Not bad. But the gods are generous today, and you've earned the privilege of waking up to the sweet, piercing sound of yelling. It's not an alarm clock. It's never an alarm clock. It's your neighbour yelling at his wife, or the vendor below your window screaming about fish, or the chamber pot hitting the cobblestones after someone above you dumped last night's wine and body fluids out the window. Morning in ancient Rome begins not with birdsong, but with complaints, sewage, and regret. Your eyes crack open to a ceiling so low you could punch it sitting up. You're lying on a straw mat, shared with your younger sibling, your cousin, possibly a stranger who paid your landlord 2 denarii to squat in the corner overnight. The air smells like feet, garlic, and mildew. You wonder briefly if you died and woke up in Hades, but no, you're still alive. Unfortunately. Your home, generously called an insula, is a Roman apartment building made of wood, dreams, and flammable lies. You're on the 3rd floor, which is slightly less deadly than the 5th. Higher up means cheaper rent and a better chance of dying when the whole building inevitably collapses. Down below, the rich enjoy sturdier homes and indoor plumbing. Up here, you enjoy rats, water leaks, and the subtle creaking that reminds you this structure is held together by hope and mould. You swing your legs over the side of your mat and immediately regret it. The floor is damp. It's always damp. Water? Wine? Blood? Who knows? The answer doesn't change the fact that your only sandals were stolen last week, and you've been walking barefoot ever since. You gingerly avoid the sticky patch in the corner and stand, stretching your aching back like a cat that's been kicked down a flight of stairs. Time to wash up, you say? Cute. There is no basin, no sink, no soap. You wipe your face with a damp cloth that may or may not have once cleaned your landlord's armpits. Your version of a morning skincare routine involves rubbing oil on your skin and then scraping it off with a curved blade called a strigil, which sounds elegant until you realise it's just ancient Roman exfoliation by pain. You're basically buttering yourself like toast and then peeling it off. If you're lucky enough to live near a bathhouse and have a few coins left, maybe you can get cleaner later. But right now, hygiene is a luxury. You settle for smearing your face with whatever water you find in a communal jar and call it refreshed. Now comes breakfast. Brace yourself. The Roman equivalent of a power breakfast is nothing. The morning meal is called ientaculum, which is Latin for don't get your hopes up. It usually consists of yesterday's bread, hard as marble, and lovingly stored in a mouse-infested clay pot overnight. You soften it by dipping it in watered-down wine, a drink that tastes like vinegar with trust issues. If you're feeling fancy, maybe you get some olives or a smear of garum, the famous Roman fermented fish sauce that smells like low tide and failure. It's Rome's favourite condiment, used on everything from meat to vegetables to moments of crushing despair. It's the ketchup of the ancient world, if ketchup were made from rotting mackerel. There's no coffee, no eggs, no fruit smoothie with collagen powder. Your breakfast has one job: prevent immediate death. It succeeds, barely. You chew in silence while your neighbours scream about something, probably taxes or bread rations. Or maybe it's that guy on the 2nd floor who keeps sacrificing pigeons in the hallway. You don't ask. The rule of thumb in Roman tenement life is this: the less you know, the longer you live. Once you've gnawed your way through a slice of disappointment and sipped your wine-flavoured sadness, it's time to dress for the day. Don't get excited. You have 2 garments: a tunic made from rough wool and a threadbare cloak that's more whole than fabric. The tunic itches, the cloak stinks, and both have been repaired so many times they're basically held together with prayers and the dreams of better fabric. Underwear? Hilarious. You tie a belt around your waist to keep everything vaguely attached and hope no one notices. Your left shoulder is always exposed because the fabric keeps sliding off. The rich wear togas. You don't. Togas are for citizens, people with status. You? You're a pleb. A non-citizen if you're an immigrant. A nobody, if we're being honest. If you wear a toga, you're either delusional or planning to be arrested for impersonating someone with dignity. As you step outside, you're hit with the full sensory assault that is a Roman street. The noise is immediate. Vendors hawking their wares. Street musicians playing instruments no one asked for. Philosophers debating loudly. And someone somewhere is always screaming about cucumbers. It's chaos. Organised, smelly chaos. The streets themselves? Paved with stones and slick with everything. Animal waste, human waste. Mystery slop that no one wants to identify. Rome has sewers, yes, but they serve the rich neighbourhoods. Your street is self-cleaning, by which we mean rain occasionally washes the filth into someone else's neighbourhood. It's a system. You walk carefully, avoiding puddles and people. A cart barrels past you, pulled by donkeys and driven by a man who seems genuinely angry that pedestrians exist. There are no sidewalks, there are no traffic laws. There is only instinct, prayer, and the faint hope that the gods are paying attention. You pass temples where people line up to offer sacrifices. Flowers, coins, small animals, or the occasional desperate plea. You don't have anything to give, so you nod awkwardly at Jupiter's statue and keep moving. He probably wasn't listening anyway. If you're headed to work, and most likely you are, congratulations. That means you didn't starve to death yesterday. Work in ancient Rome is not fulfilling. It is not purpose-driven. It is survival in a tunic. You might be a labourer, hauling bricks or mixing mortar for one of the Emperor's new vanity projects. Or maybe you're a porter, carrying goods up and down stairs in a building with no structural integrity. You might be a street cleaner, a fish seller, a potter, or worse, a public latrine attendant, paid in pity and bronze coins to sweep filth off marble and pretend your soul isn't slowly escaping through your nostrils. The hours are long, the pay is miserable, and your boss might beat you for fun. If you're a slave, you don't even get paid. You just work. And if you complain, you're whipped. If you collapse, you're replaced. If you die, well, someone else gets your blanket. Midday approaches, and the sun is brutal. Rome's climate is hot, sticky, and utterly unbothered by your suffering. There's no air conditioning, no shade unless you cling to a building's shadow like a sweaty ghost. Your tunic sticks to your skin. Your sandals, if you have them, slap against the stones with every exhausted step. And if you don't, your feet are slowly becoming part of the pavement. Lunch? Ha! It's called prandium, and if you're lucky, it's more bread. Maybe a bit of cheese. Maybe dried fruit or a boiled egg if your employer had a good gambling night. You eat sitting on a step, watching richer Romans being carried around in litters like mobile royalty. You chew, and you try not to think about how you're probably consuming sand and rodent hair. As the day wears on, the smells intensify. The streets reek of sweat, garbage, and garum. You pass a bakery and inhale deeply, the scent of fresh bread temporarily tricking your brain into thinking life is worth it. Then you remember bread is taxed, and your landlord raised rent again, and your water jar cracked last night, and your cousin is still sick with whatever plague is currently fashionable. You keep walking, you keep surviving, because in ancient Rome That's the entire point. And finally, after hours of back-breaking labour, social humiliation, and a mild sunstroke, you make your way home. You ascend the stairs of your insula carefully, because the staircase is made of splintered wood and shame. One misstep and you're joining the spirits of the 5th floor tenants who fell last week. You reach your door. You enter. It's dark, cramped, and smells like boiling cabbage, even though you don't have any cabbage. Someone is already asleep in your corner. You don't ask who they are. You just lie down next to them and close your eyes, hoping you don't dream about the bucket. And with that, your Roman morning ends. Was it glorious? Number, was it dignified? Absolutely not. But you survived. And in ancient Rome, that counts for something. Tomorrow you get to do it all again. You've survived your first Roman night in the insula. Barely. Sleep came in waves, interrupted by creaking floorboards above, shouting neighbours, the distant rumble of wagons, and an itching sensation on your leg that you'd rather not investigate. You're hungry now. Not the kind of hunger that inspires a brunch outing or a carefully measured protein shake. This is more primal, heavier. Your body wants fuel. But this is ancient Rome, and you're poor. So, what you're about to experience isn't breakfast. It's survival. The Romans didn't believe in breakfast as a significant meal, not in the way we do. They had a word for it. Ientaculum. A small, early meal typically consumed by those who had to work long days. For the rich, it might consist of bread dipped in wine, cheese, olives, or even a bit of fruit. But you're not rich. You're a plebeian, one of thousands crammed into the belly of the city, eking out a life in the shadow of Rome's grandeur. For someone of your station, ientaculum is more of a formality than a feast. Maybe a crust of coarse bread, dry and unevenly baked. This bread is likely a leftover from the day before, or the day before that. Made from barley or spelt, grain types considered suitable for the lower classes. It's dense, dark, and has the mouthfeel of something chipped from a wall. There's no butter, no jam, and certainly no eggs or honey. Those are the luxuries of someone with coin and status. What you might have, if luck has smiled upon you, is a bit of pulse. Pulse is the quintessential Roman peasant food. A porridge made from farro, emmer, or barley. It's cooked with water and occasionally seasoned with a drizzle of oil or the faintest hint of herbs, assuming you have any. It's not pleasant exactly. It doesn't nourish so much as it fills. A heavy steaming paste that sits in the stomach like an anchor. On worse days, it might be prepared with river water or stored rainwater, slightly green and earthy. You eat it quickly. Slowly just gives your brain time to realise it tastes like boiled dampness. And yet, this is your fuel. Pulse, maybe a bit of bread, and water. If you're lucky, you've managed to secure some posca, a common drink among the poor and the military. It's made by mixing vinegar with water, sometimes infused with herbs if available. It sounds unpleasant, and it is, but it's far safer than drinking untreated water straight from a public fountain or cistern. The acidity of the vinegar kills bacteria and masks the taste of unclean sources. It's sour and sharp, but it does the job. The public fountains of Rome flow constantly, fed by those legendary aqueducts. But that doesn't mean the water's clean where you live. Rome's water system was advanced, yes, but only until it reached the labyrinthine lower districts. There, the water quality depended heavily on the maintenance of lead pipes and the cleanliness of the castella. the distribution tanks feeding your block. And maintenance wasn't always a priority in neighbourhoods like yours. If someone upstream threw garbage, urine, or animal remains into the drainage channel, or worse, into the water itself, you'd never know until it was too late. Hunger is a quiet constant for you. Even when you eat, it never really fades. Food is expensive, and most of your earnings go toward rent, taxes, or staying on the good side of your local Patronus. So you ration what little you have. You learn to choose slowly, savouring every bite like it's a luxury. There's no variety. You eat what's available, and more often than not, that means you eat the same thing every day. Meat? Almost never. The occasional salted fish, usually garum-cured scraps, or sardines so pungent they could double as weapons. Meat is reserved for the upper classes, for religious festivals, or as part of a soldier's rations. If you do get your hands on some, it's offal. Organ meat, bones, things the rich don't want. You don't waste a single scrap. As for fruits and vegetables, they appear sporadically. You might find some wilted leeks, onions, or turnips in the marketplace at a discount near closing time. Apples and figs are seasonal, and while Rome's Mediterranean climate makes such things abundant in theory, your wallet tells a different story. You buy what others don't. Split fruit, half-rotten dates, bundles of wilted greens, all wrapped in yesterday's gossip and grime. It's edible technically. You hope? And if you're truly desperate, there's the street food. Rome had an active street food culture, particularly for the poor who didn't have kitchens in their insular apartments. The popinae, small taverns or hot food shops, line the alleyways of working-class neighbourhoods. For a few asses, the copper coins of the realm, you might get a bowl of stewed lentils, seasoned with whatever bones or drippings the cook could find. Perhaps a small skewer of meat, heavily salted and suspiciously chewy. Or a honey cake made from stale grain, barely sweet, and baked hard enough to require soaking before eating. These places are busy, smoky, and loud. They smell like hot oil, burned flour, and sweat. The clientele includes labourers, criminals, out-of-work veterans, and the occasional freed slave. They're not always safe. Fights break out, money disappears. But they're your only shot at something warm, and you keep coming back. It's important to understand that most Romans didn't cook their own food. The lower classes lacked private kitchens. Fire laws made it dangerous to cook in cramped wooden apartments, so communal ovens and public eateries filled the gap. But that also meant you were always dependent on merchants, on bakers, on the shifting prices of olive oil and grain. Speaking of grain, it's the backbone of the Roman diet. The government knows this. That's why they introduced the annona, the grain dole, a state-sponsored distribution of grain to eligible Roman citizens. If you qualify, you receive a monthly allowance, enough to make bread or poles for a few weeks. It's not generous, but it's better than nothing. For many, it's the line between hunger and starvation, but access isn't guaranteed. You need to be registered, male, and Roman. If you're a woman, a foreigner, or a slave, the annona isn't for you. You find other ways. Food for you is rarely fresh. Bread goes stale quickly. Pools clings to the bottom of pots long after it should have been scrubbed out. What you consumed today was cooked yesterday, or last week. Spoilage is common. Flies are constant. But waste is unthinkable. You eat around the mould. You scrape off the bad parts. You chew slowly, savouring what little flavour remains. And yet, despite all of this, the city never starves, not completely. Rome's granaries are full, its imports steady. Ships from Egypt, Sicily, and North Africa sail in daily, their bellies full of grain, oil, and wine. The empire feeds its capital like a mother feeds a hungry child. You just don't always get your share. If you're a slave or a freedman in service, your meals depend on your master's whim. You might get stew, bread, or leftovers from the main table. Or you might go hungry until someone remembers you exist. If you're a day labourer, your meal breaks are dictated by your work. Dig ditches, haul stones, build baths, and maybe, at mid-morning, you get 10 minutes to gnaw a piece of dried fig or drink from a shared cup. And let's not forget feast days. Not because you're invited to the banquet, but because it's the one time the rich throw scraps to the streets. Religious festivals sometimes include public offerings, distributions of food or coin, perhaps a roasted pig, or a platter of bread and fish for the masses. It's not kindness, it's politics. But you take what you can get. By mid-morning, your hunger has faded into something else. A dull pressure. A reminder. You've eaten just enough to continue. You tie the cloth belt around your tunic a little tighter and get moving. You've got work ahead of you. Rome doesn't wait. And tomorrow, you'll eat again. Or you won't. But either way, you'll wake up in the same insula, with the same cracked bowl, and the same stale loaf waiting on a wooden shelf. Because in ancient Rome, food is never far away, but neither is hunger. The sun has fully risen now, and the Roman day is underway. For you, a plebeian, or perhaps a slave, that doesn't mean a slow stretch and a relaxing breakfast. It means the work begins, and it begins early. Rome is not a place of idleness for the lower classes. The empire may be vast, but the streets of the city feel like a funnel, where the sweat of thousands filters upward to benefit the few. Let's start with the plebeians. Not the poorest of the poor, but far from comfort. Most plebeians in the city work trades, manual labourers, builders, bakers, water carriers, cobblers, street sellers. If you're skilled, maybe you're a stone cutter, or you've secured a spot in one of the Roman guilds, the collegia. But for most, you're expendable muscle. Hired for the day, paid by the hour, if you're lucky. You don't have a fixed schedule. You have a need. A relentless, gnawing one. You work because not working means not eating. You wake before dawn, grab what counts for breakfast, maybe a crust of bread or a spoonful of barley mush, and head out to find work. The forum is one place you might go, not to debate philosophy, but to stand around and hope someone needs a labourer. You're competing with hundreds of others. Some are stronger, some have tools. You don't. You're hired maybe to carry bricks across a construction site. Rome is always being built. Roads, aqueducts, arches, homes for the rich. It is said Augustus found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. You'll be the one dragging that marble, sweating and silent. The work is brutal. There are no labour laws, no unions, no breaks, no helmets, no complaints. If you fall off the scaffold, you're not given aid. You're given a nod and a shove to the side so the next man can take your place. You don't ask questions. You don't slow down. The overseer watches with a stick in hand, and he doesn't carry it for decoration. If you're not lucky enough to find a builder's job, maybe you end up in the tanneries. The smell hits you long before you reach the vats. Animal skins, soaked in urine and dung to soften them, fermenting in the sun. You'll spend your day knee-deep in a mixture that would make a modern sewage worker gag. Gloves don't exist. You stir with your bare hands. The stench clings to you long after you leave. And worse, it becomes normal. Still, you persist, because if you don't earn a few copper coins today, you won't be eating tomorrow. Your rent on that insular apartment, your crumbling, rat-ridden fire trap, is due every few days. Miss a payment and you're out. No notice, no mercy. The landlord has 5 men waiting to take your place. But perhaps you're not a plebeian. Perhaps you're a slave. Life, somehow, is harder still. Because now you don't even get the satisfaction of wages. Your body is labour, and your labour belongs to someone else. You might be a household slave, owned by a moderately wealthy Roman citizen. If so, your work starts before sunrise. You're fetching water, cleaning floors, preparing meals you'll never taste. Maybe you're young and educated, assigned to tutor the children or read aloud to your master. It sounds better. It isn't. One mistake and you're beaten. If the master's wife is displeased, you're sold. There are no protections. No court to hear your case. You are property, like the stove or the sandals. Or you're a field slave outside the city, toiling in the vast latifundia, those enormous agricultural estates that feed Rome's grain-hungry stomach. Here, there are no roofs, no days off. You wake with the sun and bend until it sets. You plant, plough, harvest, sweat. No matter how hot, how cold, how sick you feel, you work. The overseer doesn't care if you collapse. There are chains for those who slow down. For those who run, there are whips. And for those who rebel, there's crucifixion. A public one. Along the roads where others can see. Some slaves are trained for skilled labour. Stone carving, pottery, weaving. But that doesn't make the whip any less real. It just means your blood stains a different kind of floor. And what of the women? If you are a woman, slave or free, you labour too. Not on the scaffold or in the forum, but in quieter ways that bleed just as much. You're grinding grain with a heavy stone hand mill, your arms aching as you turn the quern hour after hour. You make bread, wash clothes, fetch water, tend fires, clean, mend, weave. If you're poor, you might also sell small goods in the street or offer your services as a wet nurse or a midwife. In desperate cases, you might sell yourself. Prostitution is legal in Rome, taxed even. It is not a profession of glamour. It is survival. There are no toilets in your insula. No kitchens. So you make do in the alleyways or public spaces. Fires are frequent. The stairs collapse. Your children are not safe. Not from hunger, not from illness, not from the building itself. Life expectancy is low. Infant mortality is high. Your child's best chance is to survive to 5. Feds, there are no toilets in your insula, no kitchens. So you make do in the alleyways or public spaces. Fires are frequent, the stairs collapse. Your children are not safe. Not from hunger, not from illness, not from the building itself. Life expectancy is low. Infant mortality is high. Your child's best chance is to survive to 5. After that, it's still a coin toss. And yet, Rome moves on. The senators debate. The aristocrats drink wine on shaded terraces. Their banquets are filled with stuffed dormice and honeyed dates. Below them, unseen, you sweat, bleed, and endure. Your work is invisible but indispensable. The aqueducts flow, the grain ships arrive, the streets are swept because of people like you. Sometimes the monotony is broken. not for a festival or a feast, but for something worse, a fire, a collapse, a riot. Rome is a tinderbox of labour and inequality. The gap between the rich and poor isn't just wide, it's weaponised. If a fire starts in your insula, the ladders don't reach the top. There are no fire escapes. You carry your children, your pots, your life on your back, and hope the flames stop before your floor is reached. Or maybe you're caught in a food riot. The grain dole is late, the bread is mouldy, the people are hungry. You crowd the forum, shouting with the others, demanding your portion. The guards arrive, batons, shields, blood in the streets. You are dispersed, not heard. And then there's disease. Filth lines the alleys, latrines overflow. The Tiber, your drinking source, is also a sewer. You wash clothes in it, you bathe in it, you drink from it. Parasites thrive. Illness spreads. You know the signs. A fever, the chills. A child coughing in the night. There is no doctor. No apothecary for your kind. Only rest, prayers and hope. And hope rarely comes. But still you work. Because if you stop, even for a day, the city forgets you. The empire forgets you. And hunger remembers you very, very quickly. This is what it means to work in ancient Rome. Not to build wealth, or rise in rank, or find fulfillment, but to survive, to endure, to hope that perhaps your children will have slightly fewer blisters on their hands than you did. It is not glamorous. It is not heroic. It is labour at its most brutal, its most thankless. The empire was not built by emperors. It was built on the backs of men, women and children who worked until they broke and then were replaced. Now, as the midday sun climbs overhead, your tasks are only half done. There is still cleaning, cooking, tending to the hearth, carrying water, hauling waste, your stomach growls, your fingers cramp, your feet blister inside sandals that barely hold together, and no one is coming to relieve you. Not today, not tomorrow. Welcome to the workday in ancient Rome. You wouldn't last a single one. Congratulations. You've made it past the market, survived the street toilets, and managed not to get mugged for your shoes, if you were even lucky enough to have shoes. But now comes the real challenge, going home. Or, more accurately, climbing into the creaking, overcrowded, highly flammable tinderbox that you are expected to call home, your insula. You live in an insula not because you chose it, but because you're poor. And in ancient Rome, poor people don't have houses, they have layers. Multi-story apartment buildings, packed so tightly that sunlight is more rumour than reality. Your insula is 6, maybe 7 stories tall. Illegal technically, but so is half the city, and bribes are as Roman as togas. It's built of wood, clay, and wishful thinking, leaning slightly to one side as if preparing to collapse out of sheer exhaustion. You climb the stairs, slowly, carefully, because elevators haven't been invented yet, and the building sways when someone sneezes on the second floor. The higher you go, the worse it gets. Wealthier residents stay on the lower floors. Better ventilation, easier access, and a lower probability of dying in a fall. You, on the other hand, are up near the roof, where the air is thin, the ceilings are low, and the rats have built a local economy. There are no private rooms, no insulation, and definitely no plumbing. Just a single room shared with your family, your livestock, and any opportunistic creatures that wander in through the cracks. The walls are made of mud brick, and your door doesn't quite close. But hey, you have a curtain. Luxury. And what about fire safety, you ask? Good question. Fire is your most constant, faithful threat, because every home needs fire to cook, to light, to warm. But there's no chimney, no ventilation, and no fire code. Open flames flicker from oil lamps and cooking hearths, inches away from the wooden beams that hold the whole place together. One spark, one gust of wind, and the entire block could be reduced to ash within the hour. Firefighters exist technically, but they are mostly slaves owned by the Vigiles, the Roman fire brigade, and they're more interested in watching your insula burn so they can demand a bribe to intervene. In 24 BCE, Augustus formed the Vigiles to stop Rome from burning down every third Tuesday. But let's be honest, they're underpaid, overworked, and famously corrupt. If you can't pay, they'll let it burn and confiscate whatever's left. They call it enforcement. You call it a robbery with extra steps. So you live in constant fear of smoke. Every night you sniff the air before you sleep, wondering if that's dinner next door or the beginning of the end. Your belongings, what few you have, are always packed for a quick escape. A blanket, a bowl, maybe a small idol of Lares or Penates. The household gods, who at this point you're hoping accept bribes too. And then there's the noise. Rome is never quiet. Carts aren't even allowed during the day, so they all roll through the streets at night. The wheels grind like thunder on stone. Vendors shout, drunks sing, lovers argue, dogs bark, and someone somewhere is always playing a flute badly. Privacy is a fantasy. Your neighbours hear everything. Your arguments, your snoring, your gastrointestinal tragedies. And in return, you hear theirs. But maybe it's better than being alone. Because loneliness isn't common here. Your insula is crowded beyond reason. Dozens of families crammed into units smaller than a modern bathroom. Children crying, adults arguing, and old folks muttering prayers in dark corners. Sometimes people rent just a corner of a room, sleeping upright against the wall like human coat racks. When it rains, your roof leaks. When it doesn't, it still leaks. The water trickles down the inside walls, pooling on the floor, feeding the mould that grows behind your bed mat. The floorboards creak. The walls shift in the wind. You develop the uncanny skill of waking up seconds before the stairs collapse beneath a neighbour. It's not a matter of if the building will fall. It's a matter of when. And if that wasn't enough, pests. Rome's rodent population rivals its human one. Mice and rats scamper through your pantry, if you have one, and leave behind little gifts. Flies buzz thick around your food. Mosquitoes breed in the drainage ruts. And then there are the bed bugs. You scratch yourself raw in your sleep and dream of itching. But despite all this, you survive. You learn to maneuver the collapsing staircases like a seasoned acrobat. You hang wet laundry on lines that sway over the alley, hoping it dries before thieves pluck it. You carry water up and waste down, always careful not to slip in someone else's garbage, or your own. Still, the insula is not your sanctuary. It is a holding pen, a temporary space between disasters. Fires, floods, famine, and violence have all passed through this building like regular guests. And yet, it stands. Just barely. There are moments, strange and fleeting, where you feel pride. A neighbour offers you stale bread. A child tugs your sleeve to show you a dead bird. The woman across the hall sings while stirring her pot of lentils. You smile, even if just for a second, because you all live in the same cage, facing the same storms. Rome is massive, over 1 million people, and the rich live in marble palaces with mosaic floors and private baths. but you know their lives only by rumour. For you, the insula is everything. Your bed, your shelter, your prison. And if the building collapses tomorrow, and it might, no one will mourn it. The rubble will be cleared and a new insula will rise in its place. Faster, cheaper, even more dangerous. The cycle continues, and you, if you're lucky, will rent a corner in that new box and begin again. Because in ancient Rome, the poor don't rest. They adapt. They huddle together in the dark, dodging embers and curses, hoping that the next collapse doesn't start with them. And if the flames come anyway, well, you'll grab your blanket, say a quick prayer to the lares, and run like hell. You're parched. You've spent the morning toiling in the heat, surrounded by dust, noise, and the aggressive scent of humanity in full ferment. You want water. Cold, clean, life-giving water. So you do what any Roman would do. You head for the nearest public fountain. Because in ancient Rome, you don't just turn a faucet and get crisp hydration. You rely on a sprawling, complex, and dangerously vulnerable infrastructure of aqueducts, cisterns, and communal outlets. And if any part of that system fails, so do you. Rome's aqueducts were a marvel of engineering. By the 1st century CE, the city was serviced by 11 massive aqueducts, some stretching over 50 miles from distant mountain springs. These channels brought in an estimated 200 million gallons of water per day, enough to supply baths, fountains, latrines and private homes. But here's the catch. Only the rich had indoor plumbing. For the rest of the population, meaning you line up at one of the many public fountains scattered through the city's neighbourhoods, clay jug in hand, hoping there's still pressure in the system. Now, the good news is the water, when it gets there, is pretty clean. It's sourced from springs, and the aqueducts are designed with constant downward slopes to keep it flowing. The bad news is, clean is relative. If you live near the terminus of the system, you're getting backwash. Water already passed through several baths, toilets, and industrial laundries. Add to that the occasional sabotage, illegal tapping, or natural sediment buildup, and you're not exactly sipping spring water. More like tepid mineral soup with a hint of lead, because yes, many pipes are made of lead. Not that the Romans understood the long-term neurological effects, but if your thoughts start feeling fuzzy and your coordination's off, don't blame the gods, blame the plumbing. And if you think that's bad, just wait until nature calls. Most Romans didn't have private toilets. Apartment dwellers, like you in your top floor insula, use pots, buckets, or chamber pots. When full, the contents are dumped out the window or into the nearest gutter. Yes, the famed Roman sewer system, the Cloaca Maxima, still runs through the city like an underground lifeline. But most waste doesn't make it that far. It sits in the street, baking in the sun, mixing with animal droppings, and slowly forming a biological miasma strong enough to peel paint off a fresco. And if you're wondering why shoes are so important in Rome, that's your answer. You're not walking on stones. You're walking on yesterday's dinner in its final form. There are public latrines, of course, and if you're lucky or desperate, you can pay a small fee to use one. These are long stone benches with holes carved in them, positioned over flowing water channels. There's no partition, no door, just a row of strangers making eye contact while trying to pretend nothing awkward is happening. You sit shoulder to shoulder with a retired centurion and a 12-year-old olive vendor, all contributing to the same stream of civic solidarity. The Romans believed in shared experiences. This was one of them. Toilet paper? Not a thing. Instead, you use a tessorium, a communal sponge on a stick kept in a bucket of vinegar water. It's exactly as horrifying as it sounds. You hope the guy before you had good hygiene. He didn't. Nobody does. You wipe, you stand up, you wash your hands if there's water nearby, and then you move on. Probably to the nearest bathhouse, which, thankfully, is where things get slightly better. The Roman bathhouse is part spa, part gym, part social network, and part biological experiment. There are over 800 public bath complexes in Rome by the time the empire is in full swing. Some are grand, like the baths of Caracalla or Diocletian, where marble columns soar above mosaic floors. Others are modest neighbourhood baths tucked between bakeries and brothels, but all follow roughly the same formula. A changing room, apoditerium, a warm room, tepidarium, a hot room, caldarium, and a cold plunge, frigidarium. You strip down, deposit your clothes, good luck if they're still there when you get back, and start sweating your soul out in the heat. The caldarium is stifling. Heated by hypocaust, underfloor heating fueled by roaring fires. It's a room designed to make you wish for death, or at least a breeze. You rub your skin with olive oil, not soap, because that's what Romans used to clean. Then you scrape it off with a curved metal tool called a strigil, removing dirt, oil, and several layers of dignity. There are slaves to assist you if you're rich. If not, you do it yourself while trying to avoid eye contact with the senator next to you. Bathhouses are where deals are struck, gossip is traded, and diseases are casually spread. The water isn't drained between users. It's a warm, microbial soup of humanity, stirred hourly by the movement of hundreds of unwashed bodies. Skin infections, eye diseases, intestinal worms, everything is on the menu. And yet, this is one of the cleanest places in Rome. Outside the baths, personal hygiene is a gamble. You might wash your face daily and your feet often, but full-body bathing is more of a social event than a daily necessity. Perfumes and oils cover up most smells. Lice and fleas are common, but tolerated. The concept of germ theory is centuries away, and nobody's counting bacteria when they're more worried about curses and crop failures. And remember that beautiful aqueduct system? It doesn't just supply water, it powers everything from grain mills to fountains to the flushing mechanisms in some elite toilets. But it's fragile. Earthquakes, floods, or simple disrepair can shut down entire sections of the city. When the aqueducts break, Rome doesn't just lose drinking water. It loses its public baths, its sewers, its fountains. Civilization, as the Romans know it, starts to unravel. Riots have broken out over water shortages. The emperor himself maintains a staff of aquarii, water engineers, just to keep the system running. And if they fail, you suffer. Because in ancient Rome, access to clean water isn't a luxury. It's your last line of defense against cholera, typhoid, and a dozen other slow, filthy deaths. By now your mouth is dry, your skin is itchy, and you're beginning to understand that clean is a relative concept. But here's the twisted part. By ancient standards, Rome is doing pretty well. The city is cleaner than most medieval capitals. It has public sanitation, latrines, baths, and even street cleaners. But it's also the biggest city in the ancient world, and that density breeds disease. Waterborne illness is rampant. Even minor stomach bugs can spiral into fatal dehydration. And if you're poor, which you are, You can't afford a private cistern or a servant to boil your water. You drink what's available, and you pray, not to be purified, but to be spared. So the next time you fill a glass from the tap or flush a toilet with confidence, remember, in Rome, your survival depends on gravity, lead pipes, communal sponges, and the goodwill of an aqueduct built by a man who probably bribed his way through half the Senate. You don't control your water. You just hope it doesn't kill you. And on that hopeful note, it's time to think about lunch, if your stomach can handle it. If you've managed to survive the slop of a Roman street, dodge dysentery from a clay cup of aqueduct runoff, and work a full day in the choking heat of the Sabora district without keeling over, you might think a bath would be the one mercy this city offers you. And to be fair, Rome is famous for its baths. But this isn't a hotel spa with cucumber water and lo-fi music. This is public bathing, Roman style. And for a plebeian like you, it's more about routine survival than luxury. Let's start with the setting. The Thermae, massive public bathhouses funded by emperors and designed to show off imperial grandeur, are sprawling complexes of steam, stone, and social politics. Think gym, barbershop, and social media feed all rolled into one. There are over 800 bathhouses across Rome by the 4th century CE, ranging from small balnea tucked into neighbourhoods to monumental structures like the Baths of Caracalla, which could host thousands of bathers a day. These places are architectural marvels: domed ceilings, mosaic floors, marble statues. But you're not here to appreciate the decor. You're here to clean yourself before your own body odour becomes a public health issue. Entry usually costs a quadrans, the smallest denomination of Roman currency, meaning it's technically accessible to almost everyone, even the poorest citizens. But just because you can afford to enter doesn't mean you belong. The hierarchy follows you through the door. Senators and equestrians recline in the hot pools and gossip in the tepidarium, while slaves like you scrub themselves with worn-out strigils in a corner, hoping no one important notices you tracking in street filth. The bathing process follows a predictable pattern. First, the apoditerium, or changing room. There are no private lockers. If you don't have a slave to guard your tunic and sandals, someone might walk off with them. Clothes are often stolen here, especially from the lower classes, and the clothes watchers, mostly enslaved boys, are often in on the thefts. Lose your clothing, and you might be walking home barefoot, wrapped in shame and public laughter. Next is the palaestra, the exercise yard. Yes, before bathing, Romans like to work up a sweat. You'll see men wrestling, lifting weights made of stone, or flinging javelins across the field. Some even box, Roman style, with metal-studded gloves called cestus. For the lower classes, this isn't just sport. It's a place to prove physical worth. But you're not here to make friends. You run a few laps, feign a squat or two, and head straight for the baths. Your muscles are too sore from hauling amphorae all morning. Inside the baths, you'll move from the cold frigidarium to the warm tepidarium, and finally to the blistering coldarium, where steam clings to the air and your skin. There's no soap. Instead, Romans coat themselves in olive oil, then scrape it off with a curved bronze tool called a strigil, taking dirt and sweat with it. If you're lucky, someone will help you. A friend, or more likely, another labourer just trying to speed things along. There's no privacy. You're naked among dozens of others, and the sounds of laughter, gossip, and grunts echo off the marble walls. This place is noisy, crowded, and hot. The air smells like a cocktail of oil, sweat, and mildew. Beneath the mosaic floors, fires rage in the Hippocos system, an ingenious heating network that uses raised floors and smoke tunnels to pump warmth into the caldarium. Slaves tend these fires all day, shoveling wood in suffocating rooms with no light and no fresh air. Some die from the heat, but their deaths make the marble hot to the touch, the cost of Roman cleanliness. The water is changed only occasionally, and filtration is a concept centuries away. You're bathing in a soup of skin cells, hair, oil, and whatever else floated off the last 100 bathers. People relieve themselves in corners. If someone bleeds during a rough shave, or gets a nosebleed from the heat, that's just another addition to the communal brew. But in a city where fresh water is a gamble, and soap is a luxury, this is the best you'll get. And this isn't just hygiene, it's civic ritual. Here, the bathhouse is where news spreads. Someone whispers that the emperor was spotted in disguise at the theatre. Another boasts about his recent winnings at the ludus. A freedman offers political bribes in the tepidarium, while a prostitute waits in the hallway outside, pretending to be a masseuse. For the poor, this is also a rare space where you're not fully excluded. Rich and poor alike sweat together. For a few minutes, you share the same steam as men who rule provinces. But there's a danger here too. Bodies pressed together in humid air make perfect breeding grounds for illness. The plague of Cyprian, which will one day ravage the empire, spreads partly through bathhouses. Skin diseases, infections, lice, and fevers thrive here. The stone benches are often slick with something unidentifiable, and a misstep can send you slipping face first into a tile pool lined with strangers. If you're injured, tough luck. The medicus in the corner knows less about sanitation than a modern child. Once you've scraped yourself clean and suffered the caldarium, you move on to the final step, the massage and oil rub-down. Again, if you can afford it. Most plebeians skip this, but let's say today is payday and you indulge. A low-ranking attendant slavers you in another round of olive oil, rubbing your limbs with rough hands and muttering in Greek or Aramaic. The oil stings the cracks on your skin, the cuts from the field, and the raw patch you got last week from walking barefoot. You smile through it. The pain is worth the brief illusion of luxury. Afterward, you dry off with a scrap of wool. Linen is expensive. And return to your street clothes, now damp with sweat. You check the hooks in the apoditerium. Miraculously, your tunic is still there. You step outside, blinking against the sun. You're clean, sort of. But the streets are still thick with dust, dung, and the smell of salted fish. Within 5 minutes, you're sweating again. Dirt clings to your sandals. A child vomits near your foot. The bath was never meant to last. Bathing in ancient Rome is not about cleanliness, the way we think of it today. It's about participation. About appearing civilized in a society obsessed with cultus. Grooming, display, and public performance. To be dirty is to be low, invisible. But to walk out of the thermae, hair damp, oil glistening on your shoulders, is to momentarily rise above the grime of your station. Even if you'll return tomorrow to the same bucket of water and reused strigil. And if you think this is somehow indulgent, remember, for women, bathing was even more complicated. Separate hours or entire buildings were set aside, and while some enjoyed similar routines, many were kept at home, bathing with rainwater in cramped quarters. For enslaved women, bathing was sometimes done publicly by force, under the scrutiny of leering men or cruel mistresses. For the wealthy, a balneum, a private bath inside their villa, ensured you never had to mix with the masses. Heated by personal hippocaust, scented with imported oils from Arabia or Egypt, attended by silent slaves. But for the rest of Rome, the labourers, the couriers, the bakers, the sewer cleaners, the public bathhouse was a place of renewal, exhaustion, gossip, and risk. You went not to be healed, but to maintain the appearance of being human in a city that treats humanity like a fleeting luxury. The bath was not an escape. It was a pause from the heat, the stink, the fear, and the endless labour. It was a few minutes of semi-clean respite before stepping back into the furnace of Roman life. And with that fleeting relief, you head back out onto the cobbled road. Your feet still ache. Your skin is raw. And tomorrow, if you're lucky, you'll do it all again. Let's talk about Roman food. Not the banquets of emperors reclining on silk cushions with figs dripping in honey and servants fanning them with peacock feathers. You are not an emperor. You're not even close. You are, in fact, a plebeian, a working-class Roman in a cramped insula where breakfast is less about indulgence and more about surviving another day with enough calories to walk, work, and not collapse. So let's set the table. And by table, we mean whatever flat surface you can find that isn't covered in soot, bugs, or yesterday's crumbs. You eat with your hands because forks are still a few centuries from existing. Knives? Sure, if you have one. But even then, it's mostly for cutting bread or defending your lunch from rats. Your daily diet, and let's be generous calling it that, is centred on one thing: grain. Specifically, a kind of wheat called far, spelt, and a lot of it. You eat it boiled into poles, a porridge as bland as it sounds. Think of it as the ancient Roman version of oatmeal, only without sugar, milk, or any flavour at all. If you're lucky, it's salted. If you're really lucky, it has bits of onion or a drizzle of fish sauce, known as garum, to liven things up. That's right, fermented fish innards. It was the ketchup of the ancient world. It smelled like rot and seawater, and they poured it on everything. Bread, when you can get it, is dense, coarse, and made from stone ground flour that might contain trace amounts of actual stone. Dental care isn't exactly booming right now, so every bite is a gamble between hunger and chipping a tooth. But bread is sustenance, and if you're a labourer or dock worker, it's essential. Rome even instituted a grain dole, a nona, to distribute grain to the poor. Without it, many urban citizens would simply starve. If you're on the list, you get your rations. If not, well, you'd better hope you have a skill, a patron, or a very forgiving neighbour. As for vegetables, they're seasonal and mostly whatever grows nearby. Cabbage, lentils, chickpeas, leeks, the basics. None of it is particularly glamorous, but it keeps scurvy at bay. You might stew them into something vaguely edible if you have olive oil or herbs, but again, you're not dining in the villa of a senator. You're working with what you can afford from the forum stalls or grow in cracked pots on the rooftop. And don't expect variety. You eat the same things over and over, day after day, until famine comes, and then you don't eat at all. Meat? That's not for people like you. It's expensive. When it does enter your life, it's likely from religious festivals, public feasts, or offcuts scavenged from butchers. More often than not, it's organ meat, boiled liver, intestines, trotters, lungs, the parts the wealthy don't want. You learn to chew fast and swallow faster. Spoilage is always a concern. There's no refrigeration, and what passes for fresh is heavily reliant on how tolerant your stomach is. If you live near the Tiber, the smell from the open-air markets might turn you vegetarian by necessity. Let's talk about the market, the Macellum. It's loud, chaotic, and covered in flies. Meat hangs from hooks. Slabs of salted pork and strips of dried fish curl in the sun. Vendors shout, dogs bark, beggars loiter, and pickpockets glide through crowds like ghosts. You can buy fish, fruit, wine, beans, nuts, or eggs, if you can afford them. Everything is haggled for, weighed on crooked scales, and bagged in baskets or cloths you bring yourself. Your coin pouch, tied tight beneath your tunic, thumps nervously with every transaction. One bad purchase and you don't eat tomorrow. Water, like everything else, is complicated. Rome is famous for its aqueducts, but the water doesn't always make it to the poor. You might have access to a public fountain where the water is cleanish, or you might be drawing from a well near the latrines where it's not. To be safe, many Romans, including children, drink diluted wine. Not to get drunk, but because alcohol kills germs better than wishful thinking. A mix of water and cheap wine, called posca, is the hydration of the masses. It tastes like vinegar and hope. Now about those days when food runs out. Famine is never far. A bad harvest in Egypt, a delay in grain shipments, or a corrupt official skimming off the top, and the city's food supply collapses. Bread prices triple. Riots break out. People storm bakeries, loot warehouses, and sometimes lynch the bakers. The emperor is expected to intervene. If he doesn't, he risks becoming lunch himself. Politically, if not literally. During famine, you survive on scraps, mouldy crusts, spoiled olives, stale beans, weeds from the roadside. You might boil bark or grind acorns. Pets vanish. The rats get smart. The pigeons disappear. People eat things they shouldn't. And when the plague follows the famine, as it often does, hunger turns to disease. Starvation weakens the body, and Rome's many illnesses move in like uninvited guests. There's another layer to all this. Class. Because while you're trying to stretch a hunk of rye bread for 2 days, the elite are feasting. In the villas of the Palatine Hill, couches line banquet halls. Slaves serve platters of roasted dormice, honey-glazed songbirds, oysters, figs, and dates soaked in wine. They sip from silver goblets. They toss bones to the floor. They bathe between courses. For them, food is a performance. For you, it's a necessity that never stretches far enough. Even in death, food tells the truth. Wealthy Romans are buried with elaborate funerary feasts, their tombs adorned with carvings of banquets and gods pouring wine. The poor? Maybe a piece of bread at your grave, if your family can spare it. Maybe a final sip of posca to send you off. In religious festivals, food becomes communal. Saturnalia, for instance, when masters serve slaves and everyone feasts together. But those days are rare and mostly symbolic. For the rest of the year, the lines are clear. Who eats well and who begs? Let's not forget storage and spoilage. You keep food in amphorae, clay jars sealed with resin, or in baskets hung from ceilings to deter rats. Preserving food means salting, smoking, drying, or steeping it in vinegar. Still, everything has a clock. Bread moulds quickly in the Roman humidity. Olives go rancid. Meat turns in the sun. Every meal is a gamble. Every bite is a risk. Even the insects eat well. Grain is stored in granaries, which are dark, warm, and crawling with beetles and moths. If you're lucky, you get your ration before it's infested. If not, well, extra protein. Most people don't even pick them out anymore. They're too small to matter. Children grow up with hunger. They learn to wait their turn. They learn which vendors give better scraps and which ones chase them away with sticks. Their bellies are often bloated from malnutrition, their eyes dull. Parents do what they can. Sometimes it means stealing. Sometimes it means begging. And sometimes it means going without so the youngest can eat. Yet through all of this, food is still culture. Even in scarcity, Romans cling to tradition. They bake religious cakes, prepare funeral meals, mark solstices with special dishes. They cook with pride, share what little they have, and pass down recipes, thin, watery ones, from mother to daughter, father to son. The tools are crude, the ingredients simple, but the effort is there. In graffiti on the walls of Pompeii, we find complaints about bad bread, insults to tavern keepers, even jokes about watery wine. Food was a common frustration, a common joy, a common reality. You might not eat well, but you ate Roman, and that meant something. So as you sit down with your cracked bowl of pulse, crust of tough bread, and cup of lukewarm posca, you're not just surviving. You're participating in the daily struggle that defined the lower classes of the empire. You eat what you can, when you can, and pray for the Annona to arrive on time. Because if it doesn't, your next meal might not come at all. And now that you're fed, sort of, it's time to go earn the next one. Because in ancient Rome, hunger is patient, but it always comes back. Religion in ancient Rome isn't something you do once a week. It's not a quiet, personal affair whispered in pews or practiced behind closed doors. In Rome, religion is everywhere, all the time. It's baked into the bricks of the forum, painted on the walls of your insula, and written into the very schedule of your day. You don't choose to participate. You live inside it, and it watches you like the state, because in many ways it is the state. You wake before dawn, and already the gods are in your thoughts. Before stepping outside, you mutter a quick offering to the household spirits, the Laras and Penates. These are the guardians of your hearth and pantry, the invisible figures that ensure your home doesn't fall apart. There's no food left to burn for them this morning, just a crumb of dried bread and a half-hearted gesture of thanks. But it's the thought that counts. Sort of. You know the stories. Neglect the household gods, and your family could suffer illness, injury, or general misfortune. It doesn't matter if you believe it. Enough bad luck strung together starts to feel like divine punishment, and soon you're scrubbing the floor and lighting incense to try to win back their favour. Outside, the street is already alive with sounds. Hawkers bark from market stalls, children dart between columns, and smoke rises in lazy curls from tiny shrines at the corners. These aren't just decorative. These are altars. Small, open-faced boxes are holding flickering lamps, burnt offerings, and the thick scent of sacrificed animal fat. You pass them on your way to work. Maybe bow slightly, maybe don't. Someone always notices. Piety is social currency in Rome. Fail to observe the right rites, and your neighbours won't just talk. They might accuse. The Roman pantheon is crowded. Jupiter rules the skies with thunder and ego. Juno watches over marriage, whether it's miserable or not. Mars is the god of war and masculinity, and Vesta keeps the sacred flame of Rome burning. A job so important that her priestesses, the Vestal virgins, are chosen as children and punished by death if they break their vows. That's the world you live in, one where virginity, fire, and political stability are all bound in a single thread, and where the divine is never more than a few footsteps away. Religion isn't optional, it's calendarized. Over 100 official festival days a year. Lupercalia, where half-naked men chase women through the streets in the name of fertility. Saturnalia, where slaves and masters switch roles for a day in a wild, upside-down mockery of freedom. And then there are the Consualia, Vinalia, Robigalia, and more. Festivals to crops, harvests, rain, sun, and even mildew. Yes, mildew. Because in Rome, every natural force has a name, a temple, and a priest. You, as a poor plebeian or freedman, can't afford expensive sacrifices. But the elite can, and they make sure you know it. Wealthy patrons slaughter bulls at the temples, their robes splashed with blood, incense thick in the air, while you stand at the back, clutching your small votive figurine, hoping the gods can hear your prayer from that far away. The ritual language is often Old Latin, barely understandable, even to those reciting it. But the spectacle? That's clear enough. Religion is theatre. It always has been. Do you take part when you can? Maybe your guild hosts a minor ceremony. Maybe you help lead a procession through the street for a local deity. These rituals are public and communal, but also strategic. They reinforce your place in society, remind you of who rules, and give you a sense that, however lowly your station, you're at least part of something bigger. Of course, not everyone thinks alike. By the 1st century CE, the Roman world is already deeply diverse. Foreign cults have seeped into the cracks of the empire. You might hear whispers of a mysterious Eastern goddess named Isis, whose followers wear white and chant in candlelit rooms. Or a strange sun god from Persia, Mithras, whose rites involve secret underground gatherings and symbolic meals of blood and bread. These religions are sometimes tolerated, sometimes outlawed, and always watched with suspicion. Romans value order above all. Anything that smells of disloyalty or secrecy is dangerous. That's why, when Christianity begins to spread, it doesn't just make the authorities nervous. It enrages them. A religion without sacrifices? A god without a face? A group that refuses to honour Jupiter or Caesar? That's not just impious, that's treasonous. But you, in this moment, probably don't think about Christianity. It's still a strange foreign sect on the fringes of Roman cities. You've heard of them, maybe. But your life is ruled by the gods of your ancestors, the expectations of your community, and the sheer momentum of tradition. Superstition is the second skin of daily life. You avoid walking under ladders, not because it's unsafe, but because it invites bad luck. A black dog seen at night? Omen of death? A sneeze? You immediately say salve, not out of politeness, but to protect the soul from escaping. You know the signs. A bird flies to the left. Bad news. Thunder after dusk. Don't travel. Dreams are interpreted, entrails are read, and omens are everywhere. Even the emperors consult augurs before battles or decisions. And it's not just the living you worry about. the dead don't stay quiet. Each year, during the Lemuria, you perform rites to keep the restless spirits, lemures, from haunting your home. You toss black beans over your shoulder at night while chanting ancient words, hoping it satisfies the shades. If you forget, well, don't be surprised if things go missing, or if the air turns sour in the dark. The temples are grand, of course, massive columns, gleaming statues, and priests in embroidered togas. But your real religion happens in the alleyways, kitchens, and bedroom corners of the working poor. You leave coins at roadside shrines. You tie ribbons to trees. You mutter charms when your child coughs too hard. You wear amulets around your neck to protect against the evil eye. A mosaic on your doorstep might feature a dog, or a phallus, or both to ward off danger. To a modern viewer, all this might seem superstitious or quaint, but to you, it's life or death. Without antibiotics, germ theory, or psychology, you turn to the gods for explanation. Why did the fire start? Why did your baby die in the night? Why did the grain spoil in storage? The gods are fickle. You didn't do enough. You forgot an offering. You used the wrong words. Someone in your building insulted Mercury, and now everyone pays the price. And yet, despite all this, religion gives you meaning. A structure. A rhythm. A way to understand the chaos. When your child is born, you present it to the genius of the family. When you marry, you light the ceremonial torch and bind hands with sacred ribbons. When someone dies, you mourn for the prescribed number of days, burn their possessions, and whisper their name until your throat goes hoarse. Because in Rome, remembering the dead is how you keep them alive. To be forgotten is the true death. That's why inscriptions fill the walls of tombs and columbaria, names carved into stone so that someone, anyone, might remember them. And so you keep praying, offering, watching. Not because the gods are kind, but because they are powerful. Not because the rituals are easy, but because they're necessary. You live in a city where divine favour and political favour are nearly the same thing. Where neglecting a festival could be blamed for an earthquake. Where sacrifice might avert plague. Or not. But better to try than be accused of causing it. The day winds down. You pass another shrine, this one dedicated to Janus, the two-faced god of beginnings and endings. You stop. You bow. You whisper a few words you barely understand. Because the gods are everywhere in this city. And in ancient Rome, the last thing you want to do is be noticed by one of them. The sun is low on the horizon now, casting long shadows across the uneven, cobbled streets of Rome. The smells of the city, sewage, olive oil, smoke, and sweat, cling heavier in the cool evening air. But you don't have time to notice. You're about to learn what it means to live in a world where justice isn't blind. It just chooses not to see people like you. As a plebeian, a freedman, or worse, a slave, you exist at the very bottom of the Roman legal ladder. The law is not an abstract idea. It's a tool of control written by the elite to protect property, preserve hierarchy, and make examples out of the lower classes. Forget equal rights. Justice in ancient Rome is transactional. If you lack wealth or connections, the law is less a shield and more a weapon pointed squarely at your neck. Let's say someone accuses you of theft. Maybe a fellow vendor claims you've shortchanged him at the market. Maybe a neighbour thinks you stole a loaf of bread, or someone's sandals went missing and your name was mentioned. That's all it takes. You're hauled in for questioning, And the burden of proof doesn't fall on your accuser. It's on you. And in many cases, if you're a slave, it doesn't matter whether you're guilty or not. The only question is how much pain it'll take to extract your confession. Torture is not only legal in ancient Rome, it's expected, especially if you're enslaved. The logic goes like this. A slave has no honour, so they can't be trusted to tell the truth without persuasion. That persuasion comes in the form of whips, branding irons and racks. You can be interrogated simply for being in the vicinity of a crime. If your master is murdered, all the slaves in the household can be tortured and executed, regardless of guilt, just to make sure the true culprit is among the dead. Even as a citizen, your options aren't much better unless you're wealthy. Legal representation exists, but lawyers, called advocati, aren't paid in fees. They work for favours, social advancement, or because they're seeking political attention. And if your case is brought before a magistrate or in front of a public tribunal, you better hope your opponent isn't rich. Bribery is commonplace. Trials can be delayed indefinitely. And the judges are often members of the same elite class as the accusers. Connections matter more than evidence. Punishments are public, brutal, and designed to humiliate. Flogging, exile, and execution are on the table, but they scale with status. If a patrician commits a serious crime, they might be allowed to go into exile quietly, keeping their wealth and titles. If a plebeian does the same, it's chains, lashes, or worse. Execution methods vary. Beheading is considered relatively merciful, clean, quick, and reserved for Roman citizens. If you're not a citizen, crucifixion is far more likely. It's agonizing and public. Reserved for slaves, rebels, and the lowest criminals. You'll be stripped, whipped, nailed to wood, and left to die in the open. The birds will arrive before you're even gone. Romans view this not just as punishment, but as spectacle. One last, degrading performance before death. But not every crime gets you executed. Petty theft might earn you a beating or branding. You could be tied to a post and scourged in the forum for passers-by to jeer at. Repeat offences might get you sold into slavery, yes, even if you were born free. Rome has no concept of rehabilitation. You're either useful to the state or you're disposable. Now imagine you're caught in debt. Maybe a bad harvest forced you to borrow grain. Maybe your family needed medicine. Debt in ancient Rome is dangerous. If you can't pay it back, your creditor has the legal right to seize your property or your body. You can be imprisoned, sold as a bondservant, or forced to labour to pay off what you owe. The system is predatory, and it's meant to keep the lower classes forever straining just to survive. And don't expect privacy or calm. Justice happens in public spaces, the forum, the basilica, sometimes even the market. Crowds gather to watch the proceedings, cheer on accusers, or jeer at defendants. For the Roman public, justice is part legal process, part blood sport, and part civic theatre. But perhaps the most chilling aspect is this: the law is deeply intertwined with spectacle. Rome's public games, executions, and military punishments blur the line between civic order and entertainment. Criminals sentenced to die might be thrown to wild beasts in the amphitheatre. This isn't metaphor. It's a Tuesday. A prisoner convicted of treason or theft could be chained and released into the Colosseum, unarmed, to be mauled by lions, leopards, or bears to the delight of thousands of spectators. The screams echo. The crowd roars. The Senate nods in approval. The logic behind this is both pragmatic and cruel. These executions are warnings, reminders of who holds power. And if they happen to distract the public from grain shortages, political scandal, or border unrest, all the better. For Roman women, the law offers even less protection. A husband can legally kill his wife if she's caught in adultery. A father can disown or execute his child under patria potestas, the absolute power of the male head of household. Domestic abuse isn't a crime, it's a family matter. In theory, a woman can take legal action. In practice, she is silenced by layers of custom, intimidation, and institutional indifference. Religion is no safe haven either. If you're accused of impiety, failing to observe proper rites, speaking against the gods, or accidentally disrupting a sacred procession, you can be punished swiftly and without appeal. Rome doesn't separate church and state. To question religion is to threaten the republic itself. There are prisons, yes, but not as punishment. They are holding pens, temporary jails where the accused wait for trial, execution or sentencing. They are dark, filthy, overcrowded, and filled with despair. Most don't leave alive. The Tullianum, Rome's most infamous prison, is a damp underground dungeon. Prisoners sent here are either destined for death or forgotten entirely. Even if you're innocent, your life can unravel fast. A single accusation can lead to financial ruin, social disgrace, or permanent injury. Witnesses can be bribed. Testimony can be coerced. And evidence, when it exists, is often little more than rumour wrapped in a toga. The irony is that Rome sees itself as the pinnacle of civilization. And in many ways it is. It has an advanced legal code, courts, appeals, and procedures written into stone. The 12 tables, published in the 5th century BCE, were hailed as a step toward justice for all citizens, and later reforms introduced by emperors like Augustus and Hadrian did try to standardize trials and offer protections. But those reforms don't reach everyone, especially not you. You're a peasant, a tradesman, a former slave, a woman without a dowry, a child without a father. In Rome, justice wears a toga, but it walks with a blade. So what do? You try to stay invisible. You keep your head down, avoid debt, avoid conflict, and pray your name never comes up in a whisper that matters. Because here, in the shadow of the Palatine Hill, justice isn't about what's fair. It's about who holds the power, and how willing they are to use it. Tomorrow you'll wake up and try again to survive the Roman day. But tonight, sleep lightly. Because in ancient Rome, justice may come at any time, and it rarely knocks twice. By now, you've endured sewage in your stew, slept under lice-infested wool, and laboured under a sun that cooks clay. You've chafed, bled, and aged 2 decades in a single day. But even in ancient Rome, all roads eventually lead to one place, death. And for you, a poor plebeian or slave with no name worth carving, your journey ends without honour, ceremony, or even certainty. Let's not sugarcoat it. Death came early, and it came often. For the Roman poor, life was less a candle gently extinguished, and more a torch that flared, sputtered, and was abruptly snuffed out by accident, infection, starvation, or violence. You didn't so much pass away as fall apart. Life expectancy in Rome hovered somewhere between 25 and 30 years. That number is skewed by the high infant mortality rate. Nearly 1 in 3 babies didn't survive their first year. But even if you made it past childhood, you lived hard and died young. A minor fever might spiral into sepsis. A broken bone could fester into gangrene. A minor cut in the wrong part of the slums might mean a slow rot with no cure. Penicillin? That's 18 centuries away. Let's say you don't die violently. Let's pretend you just waste away, as many did. In that case, your last days are spent in a cramped tenement apartment, reeking of chamber pots, your breath wheezing through cracked lips. No hospitals, no nurses. If you're lucky, a relative might hold your hand, but just as often, your body is found days later, stiff and still, the rats already curious. So what happens next? If you're a slave, you're property. Your body will be dumped without ceremony in a mass grave called a peticuli, a pit filled with layers of anonymous corpses, decaying in the sun outside the city walls. No headstone, no urn, no prayer, just the quiet churn of decomposition. These pits were Roman efficiency at its most callous. Hundreds of corpses dumped, covered in lime to mask the stench, then forgotten. If you're a free, poor Roman, you might fare marginally better. Marginally. Your family, if they can afford it, might pay a burial club, a collegium funeraticium, to secure you a small funeral. These clubs were the closest thing to insurance for the working poor, pooling dues to provide the minimum, a proper cremation or burial, and a modest ceremony. You might even get a small plaque or terracotta urn if your family scraped enough coin together. But if they didn't, back to the pit you go. Now let's talk about what the Romans believed came next. The afterlife, according to traditional Roman religion, was a murky and uninviting place called the underworld. It was neither paradise nor punishment, just a continuation of existence, only dimmer. The souls of the dead, manes, wandered restlessly unless properly appeased with food, drink, and ritual. The poor couldn't afford grand rites, which meant many spirits were believed to linger as hungry, vengeful shades. The wealthy, of course, had tombs, mausoleums, engraved sarcophagi, and elaborate rituals. Some had their ashes stored in beautiful marble urns inscribed with poetry. Their names would be spoken for generations. You, on the other hand, may have never had a full name recorded at all. And the worst part? Death wasn't even safe from politics. If you were executed, your body might be denied burial altogether, especially if convicted of treason or sacrilege. Criminals were crucified, left to rot as a warning, their bones scattered by dogs. Others were condemned to damnatio memoriae, condemnation of memory, where their names were scratched off records, statues defaced, their identities erased from history. There's something uniquely cruel about dying twice, once in the body and once in the memory. Let's pause for a moment. You've lived this entire day as a nobody in ancient Rome. You've eaten spoiled lentils, relieved yourself in a broken pot, fought rats for a spot to sleep, and collapsed after hauling bricks or firewood or wet laundry in the relentless sun. And now, after all that, your death is quiet, unrecorded, and statistically expected. It would be easy to end the story here in silence, buried beneath a mound of others just like you. But history isn't only about endings. Sometimes it's about perspective. So let's take a breath. Right now, you're probably lying in a bed, a real one, with blankets that aren't alive. You likely have access to medicine, clean water, and food that doesn't require a risk assessment. You've brushed your teeth today. You've looked at a screen. You're not fighting for survival, not in the ancient sense. And yet, this Roman peasant you embodied today, the one scratching at lice, bartering for onions and ducking chamber pots, still matters, because they're real. Not by name, perhaps, but by the millions. Their backs built aqueducts and temples. Their voices echoed in forums. Their bones paved the literal roads that stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. They bore the weight of empire, silently and without inscription. History often forgets the poor. It remembers emperors, generals, poets, and philosophers. It gives us marble busts and bronze plaques. But underneath it all were men and women who never wrote a line of Latin, who never stood in a senate, and never saw their likeness chiselled in stone. And maybe that's the real reason this story was worth telling. Because for one night, one quiet moment before sleep, you lived their life. You felt the straw under their back, the cold breath of winter between cracked walls, the weight of hunger, and the absurdity of surviving a world designed to break you. You didn't last a day, not really, but you came closer than most ever will. And when you wake up, maybe you'll carry something with you. Not guilt, not pity, just perspective. Perspective that clean water is not guaranteed, that hot food is not a given, that your bed, your toothbrush, your medicine, your toilet, they're not minor luxuries. They're miracles stacked one on top of the other, born from centuries of struggle, from broken backs and forgotten lives. So, as the screen fades to black, and the last words whisper into your ear, take a moment, thank a peasant. They're the reason you're not one.